print's really big, or my eyesight's gotten better.
Yeah. It's not going to hurt my feelings any.
This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I will call the meeting to order. Ask the City Clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman and members of City Council. Before we get started tonight, I just wanted to introduce our new Assistant City Clerk, Brittany Rios. Brittany Rios comes to us from the hotel industry, and she's a Commerce City resident. And with that, I'll let Brittany call roll. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Davis,
President.
Councilmember Noble,
Welcome, Brittany. Present.
thank you, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes, Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas,
Welcome as well and present.
thank you. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Dara?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. This time, I'd like to invite all of those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Keep forgetting it's not right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Going to move on to citizen communication. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons registered to speak on the multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve your comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the event during administrative business. Council members may ask questions of speakers if desired. We have a list of virtual speakers we're going to start with. First is going to be Jessica Garcia. Okay, we'll call you up whenever it's time for in-person communication. Next is Anita Mercado.
Anita, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Anita in the meeting.
Okay, Heather Marr.
Heather, if you're in the meeting, if you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Heather in the meeting.
All right, Christy Pollard. All right, we'll call you up whenever we get to that. Steve Douglas. Same here. All right. Jessica Osornio.
Jessica, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
All right, Myra Perez.
Myra, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Myra in the meeting either.
All right, we'll move on to in person. We're going to start with Jessica Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica Garcia, and I'm the Assistant Director for Little Giants Learning Center, a nonprofit organization that provides high-quality childcare to Commerce City residents. We have been serving this community for the past 19 years. I am here today to express my gratitude to Mr. Huseman for his support to remove an unsafe play structure from our facility. When I contacted Mr. Huseman, I did it as my last resort, because I was desperate to complete the repairs to our playground to be able to meet state regulations before the deadline. With nothing to gain more than his desire to help the residents of this city, he mobilized the Parks and Recreation Department to provide us with the much-needed help. Thanks to his prompt response, our organization was able to complete the required restorations and continue with our mission to the community. Mr. Huseman, thank you very much again for your support to help in helping those who need it the most. We are immensely grateful for your help. I will also like to invite all of you to our yearly carnival to celebrate one more year in business. The carnival is this Friday, September 23rd, from 4:30 to 6:30. I hope to see you guys there to come and see what we do for the young residents of the Commerce City and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate those kind words. Unfortunately, I cannot take credit for that. That was actually our former city manager and the city staff who put that together. So thank you for everybody that was involved in helping out this organization that does wonderful things for our community. Next up, Christy Pollard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments this evening. My name is Christy Pollard, and I'm the Executive Director for the Metro District Education Coalition. As a nonprofit committed to educating the public on the role that Metro districts play in our communities to help keep the cost of housing low, we would like to comment on some of the provisions that City Council is considering as part of your Metro District regulation updates. 1, allowance for a mill levy adjustment, formerly called a Gallagher adjustment. We're pleased that the EPS recommendations include allowing for a mill levy adjustment. This adjustment is critical to the financing of metro districts. As the EPS report indicates, if assessment ratios are reduced in the future, as they have the past 2 legislative sessions, revenue generated by the mill levy to pay for the infrastructure drops. Without the allowance for an adjustment, the uncertainty in the value of the future property tax revenue stream makes it nearly impossible to sell metro district debt because investors rely upon the district's promise to generate the projected revenues in order to repay the debt. Prohibiting a mill levy adjustment is a provision that no other municipality in Colorado currently has as part of their model service plan. 2, developer reimbursement limits. Special districts finance public infrastructure and amenities to build a more desirable community. Districts also provide otherwise inaccessible capital that paves the way for smaller projects to be constructed. Capping reimbursement at 80% doesn't provide any additional protection to taxpayers. Those protections are secured through a cap, mill levy, debt limit, and mill levy imposition term. An 80% reimbursement cap artificially reduces the amount of bond proceeds that could be raised, serving as a disincentive to constructing better communities through more parks, trails, or open space, and in some cases, preventing smaller local development teams from accessing capital that allows their projects to move forward in Commerce City. 3, the prohibition on subdebt. Subordinate debt is often required to fund the infrastructure needed to get a project off the ground. Restricting this tool will lead to higher costs to the residents as other, even higher interest rate capital fills the gap. And finally, 4, maximum mill levy imposition term. Again, we are pleased that the EPS report recommends a 40-year term. This is a typical time horizon for metro districts in Colorado. Reducing it to a 30-year term as previously considered by council will severely limit the public infrastructure that a district can finance. 40 years will provide for flexibility to issue debt over time during the initial phase of development. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this important conversation. Have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker, Steve Douglas.
Mr. Mayor, just so you're aware, Councilmember Hurst has joined the meeting via Zoom.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway. I came here tonight because I saw on the city manager's work plan. It's not on the agenda, but it was for the IGA for Metro Districts for Chambers Road. And I'm glad it's not on there. There was a good number of citizens who came out for the Metro District talk. And I just want to say that the mill levy cap, as far as gallerization provision, that should be, that is not needed. I'll tell you right now, under Metro District right now, currently, there is a huge surplus. And they actually use that provision, and they didn't need to, because when it came to evaluation of the property tax, Adams County actually raised it, and they received more funds than proposed. I'm all for a mill levy cap of 50, 50 mills, including maintenance and operation, not 50 plus the 10 for 60, but 50, so 40 and 10. Debt limit cap, with that, developer reimbursement limit should be 80%, not 100%. Maximum mill levy imposed right now is 30 years. I'm in a metro district right now that does not have a limit. It's a service plan, but there's no limit, so they can pull debt in perpetuity. No junior bonds. And if there's any discussion as far as with metro districts, including other metro districts to fund future projects, and the metro districts that's already been capped out, those citizens should have an opportunity to speak before city council before any kind of measure is put forth. And what I say is, I'll give an example. On Chambers Road, maybe Chambers Road needs a light at the intersection of Heartland and Chambers. If so, I can understand a portion of that light being administrated to maybe Metro District 1 and 2, but not 100% of that amount. And anything more than that should be for the other future development. And that's where the material modification comes in. So with the restructure of the debt and to make sure there are provisions in there so there's only a limited amount of time that they can pull out bonds. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Sir, I believe you're also signed up to speak for Resolution 2022-83 and Ordinance 2341.
Let's see. Is that, Buffalo Run? Is that right?
2022-03 is the Avila Settlers Crossing.
Oh, Settlers Crossing. I just wanted to note that, with Settlers Crossing, I know before, they had to come back because of certain criterias. And I did notice coming up, going northbound on Tower Road, Legato is putting a project in, and they're actually having right-in, right-outs, and they're taking a portion of that third lane. And it's probably too late for them to actually do a lane, since that whole structure from 98th all the way down to 88th, that whole frontage is their property. They really should have put in a third lane. But, and I say that because of Settlers Crossing. When that comes up, there should be some sort of clause or add a clause to say that they're gonna have to add a third lane in, because there's so much traffic right now, and with that added development going in, that's just gonna impede the traffic more. So that just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, you signed up to speak on Ordinance 2431, that's called the Urban Camping Ban.
Yes, I did. On the camping ban, I asking council to hold off until you hear a solution for camping. I mean, as far as like shelter, Jim Tolbert presented a plan for shelter. And I'd like the council to hear that first before you impose this ordinance. It doesn't make sense to not have a plan in place. I know this is being pushed, but if you guys can hold off until you can hear a solution for this, because I tell you, the place I work at, we get homeless people there all the time. They come in, not all, it's just anybody, not put this on the homeless, but people come in and out, and it's just really hard on them. They come in, they buy the groceries. You have people out there panhandling, and it's up to the store manager to ask people to move off the property. Time and time may call the Commerce City Police to come out to help, but it's rarely. But I really like to see Commerce City take the lead and have a option for people, because by reading the resolution, not really pushing people to get tickets or being fined, but then ask them to go to shelter. We don't have a place for them to go. So how are you going to ask for someone to go to a shelter, and if they don't, they're going to get a ticket or so or fined. But right now, we have no place for those people to go. So I urge City Council just to hold off on this and find a solution to make sure those people that come into contact with law enforcement have an option. Right now, they don't. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we're going to move to our next speaker, who is Michelle Crean.
Is anyone else here for the landmark school issues? Do you want them to join me? We're all speaking about the same thing, or speak on their own time?
I'll leave it up to the speakers if they'd like to address the council on their own, or if they'd like to join you at the podium, whatever
okay.
works best for them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I have a petition here for parking and traffic issues around Landmark Academy in the Reunion neighborhood. My husband and I bought our house 7 years ago in June, and school was already out, and we didn't realize that a school 2 blocks and around the corner away would be such a traffic problem. The first year, we tried talking to the people parking in our driveway and blocking our driveway during school pickup hour. That didn't go very well. There was some verbal abuse involved with that. But I created a petition and I went around and talked to some of the residents that live around the school. And I think some people thought I was trying to sell them something and didn't answer their door when they saw my clipboard. But those that answered the door, I spoke to people at 23 homes. 20 of them were excited to sign this petition to try to permanently deal with the parking issue at the school. This is a developed neighborhood. My house was built in 2004. The school was placed in an empty field in 2007. And it's a charter school that doesn't offer a bus service. The parking lot is postage stamp sized. It would really be covered completely by staff at the school. So because this school was allowed to be built in an established neighborhood with no bus service, it actually created a traffic problem. We deal with 200 to 400 cars every day, 9 months out of the year. They block driveways, they park in driveways, they block mailboxes, they sit in the middle of the street. I've dealt with 2 of the city council members here. Poor Susan lives up the street from me, and she's been having to deal with me, complain to her for about 3 or 4 years now. We were just getting ready to have a big meeting with the school when COVID hit and everyone was doing school online. So now that that's over with and school in person has started again, the problem is back. To the credit of the Commerce City Police Department, we've tried to work with them, and their officers have really tried to come over when they can and talk to the people. They have so many violators around the school, they never actually make it down any of the side streets to talk to these people. In talking to me in person, a community service officer came over and sat there occasionally, but as soon as they see his car parked there, they behave. As soon as he's not there babysitting, it's back to the problems again. So what I'm trying to do is develop a permanent solution, because this has been 7 years of this problem. The school, to their credit, sent out letters to these parents not to block people's driveways. So I have a permanent solution of a parking lot, so.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Douglas? Ma'am?
I'm sorry.
I turned on mute instead of on. Thank you so much for coming forward and presenting your situation to council. Since you didn't get a chance to share what you think might be a permanent solution, would you mind doing that?
Sure. There is a blank field to the east of the school. Part of it has very steep hills. It's a drainage. The other part is very flat. I recommend that a parking lot dedicated to parents be established there. That way they have somewhere to park that isn't in our driveways. The police would not have to come babysit the street, so it saves problems for the Commerce City Police. It gives the parents an option, because look, I have 2 kids, they're grown, but I remember what it was like to have to go pick them up at school occasionally. This actually creates a solution for everyone. And if we were to create no parking zones down these streets, or no standing and stopping zones, I was just talking to Chief Myers, Acting Chief Myers, about that. It would create a situation where the parents are compelled to go park in the parking lot. You don't know how many near misses of kids getting hit I've seen. People come roaring up Nucla, kids are running across the street to their parents' car, and they have to slam on the brakes. Somebody's child is going to get hit. A parking lot would be a place where the cars are stopped next to the school, and the kids can calmly walk to their parents' car. So the parking lot is my solution, along with no standing or stopping zones down both these streets, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m.
Thank you for sharing that, and hopefully we can all work together to find a good solution.
I will contact, if you guys haven't seen, if you all haven't seen the petition, it does offer these solutions, and I'll contact you guys. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
One more, ma'am. Councilmember Noble?
Sorry.
That's right, thank you. Could you talk about your experience working with Landmark Academy itself?
Actually, the principal, for the first time ever, it's a new principal apparently. She walked up the street and talked to me about a week ago. And as we were standing there on my front porch, we watched some of the traffic issues together. Now, I never met the previous principal, but I know that he sent out letters to the parents at the school, asking them not to do the things they do on our streets or in our driveways. Usually that fixes it for a couple of weeks when people are cognizant of the problem, and then it goes right back to the way it was before. She's the first one who ever came and talked to me in person. She walked down, she said she was sending out a letter. I told her that's been tried before. And that I really think the parking lot is a place for parents to park and pick up their kids is a legitimate answer to this. So I don't know if she's here tonight. I asked her if she could join or if she had an assistant principal that could join, but she's aware of the issue, and I know that she was talking about sending out a letter. I don't know. I'm assuming she did. It did get a little better for a couple days this week, and then someone was parked in my driveway again. So.
Thank you for coming before us tonight, and as Councilmember Douglas said, we will be working on what we can do collaboratively.
Okay, I'm willing to talk to anyone who wants to talk to me or have me come see them about it. So, thank you.
Thank you again, ma'am. Appreciate your time. Next will be Devinda Sandhu.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words here. I'm a local developer in Commerce City, and lately we have been seeing a lot of problems for parking of semi-trailers and some of the campers up on 120th and Chambers subdivision. And we have contacted the police department several times. They came out, but we haven't been able to find a good solution for the problem. In general, there's no truck parking facility in Commerce City. There's no RV parking facility in Commerce City. And that issue is growing. Across the street from our property is Russ's property, and now people have removed all the barricades from the entrance, and they have started to do the same thing over there. And these people, they rip out the curbs and the street signage, and we have fixed it several times. There's currently a pending bill that was posted on to us for $999 in fines, and I even called the person in charge, and that we're working on to fixing that solution. Whatever is broken by these semis, but it's getting a little out of control, and if you guys can take a look into it, that will be very helpful. I think that's it for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this evening.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing is on the issue of metro taxes. You know, they are a whole bunch of money, and I've owned 17-acre parcel, another 27-acre parcel, and when we're trying to attract any commercial user, they don't like to come to Commerce City just for that big reason. I was able to attract Santiago's to my development, and he have not paid the taxes this year, saying that they are a lot, and other cities are not charging those huge amount of taxes. Just for the gas station property, it's $62,000 for the year. That bill is high. Some needs to be worked out on the metro taxes. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Any
Appreciate those
questions
comments.
I may answer?
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. Regarding the parking issues, I'd like to know what we have done as a city and what we can do about these semi-trucks that are parking on the streets around 120th and Chambers myself. I see this as broken window theory, and the more they're ignored, the more that show up.
You know, we have a,
I mean, you can, I'm asking the city staff what.
I'm sorry.
What, that's all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Noble. I'm actually going to defer that question to Deputy Chief Sater. I know we have a parking ordinance with respect to large vehicles. If you could speak on that.
Yes, sir, we are doing increased, we are doing increased enforcement on truck routes. Mostly lately, we've been working on 60th Avenue and some of the issues down south. Tower Road and 96th up north are both truck routes, along with Highway 2 and Highway 85. Another complicator that we run into is when a truck is making a delivery, they're allowed to deviate off of that truck route. So the biggest problem we have up north, especially in that 120th area, is a lot of the trucks are making deliveries to the building sites, and then they're allowed a reasonable grace to get back onto a truck route. So we do have officers out there. We have published new truck route information to all of the motor carriers in the Commerce City area and regionally as well. We just wrapped up one enforcement campaign, and we're getting ready to look at our options with the results on that for about another one. We've also just recently run an enforcement operation on weight limit violations and hazmat violations. And we've got road signs up right now on Highway 2, I want to say to right around 96th, establishing hazmat routes, but it's all part of a global commercial truck enforcement plan.
Deputy Chief, these are vehicles that are just parking for overnight, for over the weekend, for a few days. I suspect that their owner-operators live in the area and are parking there as opposed to using a lot. So we actually need enforcement of just parking there arbitrarily and then going elsewhere. It's not that they're off route, it's that they're using these particular streets in near Santiago's has no development other than the shopping area right there in the gas station in Santiago's. And then across the street, it's big empty fields with streets running through it that apparently they're now making use of as well. And if they put up barriers and then people are removing the barriers, my concern is that people take advantage of not being disciplined, if you will. It's the same thing that my neighbor was talking about earlier. There is a gold mine on 106th because there are no stopping signs up and down that street by Landmark Academy, yet every space is taken by someone stopped. I realize that we're being understanding of the parents, but at the same time, it's turning into a problem for residents. So somehow, this problem and that problem are issues that we need to be addressing because they're just getting worse as people realize nothing is going to happen to them. And we've seen that on all sorts of levels when that happens, whether it be national or local. So let's see if we can figure out something that we can do, particularly in this area where people are parking. And the other issue we're going to have to take care of with several people, but if the police officers are just driving through, even 106 are driving around Landmark Academy, when they can, that would be helpful. It is an unusual school because, as was pointed out, there is no bus service. It's a Monday through Friday school. So there's parents from all over the region who drive their kids there as opposed to the other schools in 27J that are 4 days a week. So we have issues in Ward 4, and I would like to see them addressed on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. If you'd like to, is there any possibility that you could stay up and, are there fines for something like that? Because I have visited that area frequently, especially over the weekends. It is jam-packed with people parking their semi-tractor trailers there, and some of them work on them while they're there. Are there fines that can be issued for something like that or not?
That would depend on the violation. If a truck is legitimately broken down and they have to fix it, we typically would not cite somebody for that.
I think they're just doing maintenance work on it, to tell you the truth, to keep busy while they're there. They're obviously not just dropping off and taking a rest break. My other question is, how long are they allowed to stay there once they have made that delivery?
That would again depend on the situation. If the vehicle's abandoned, they have 48 hours to get it moved.
48.
Once we tag it. If it's a rest break that they're required to take at that point under their CDOT rules, they can rest for anywhere from 6 to 8 hours. We would prefer they not do that there, but I can't give you a blanket answer. It would depend on the specific scenario, but there are different fines for different violations, if that's your question.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. And Mr. Sandow, I just wanted to say thank you for coming forward with your issues. And I think the Metro District fees and taxes that you're talking about are over the top. So thank you for bringing those forward and making us aware of them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd just like to talk about the truck parking. I absolutely think that we need to find a better solution and don't think they should be clogging up that 120th area. Problem is, statewide, we have over 1,500, we need over 1,500 new truck parking spots. That is our shortage right now in the state. And Commerce City happens to be the capital of trucking for Colorado. And so we're going to feel it. We're going to feel it quite a bit. The truck parking facility in South Commerce City is also at about 160% capacity on a daily basis. There's simply no legal place for them to park. And they are federally required to take a 10-hour break every single day and a 32-hour break every single 7 days. And so you can't park a semi-truck in the same location that you park an RV. The permits do not allow for that. And so we have to come up with a solution. And it's not just us. It's not just Commerce City. It is Adams County. It is the state. It is our building code, our land development code. All those things need to be considered when solving truck parking. Unfortunately and fortunately, that's what I do. That's what I do for the state, and it is not an easy problem to solve because of land use codes, because of even myself, who loves trucks, doesn't want a truck parking facility in my backyard. So I'm in support of fixing this problem, but we have to understand that it's rooted in a much deeper issue at a federal level. And so just so everybody's aware, we can fine them. It's far more fiscally, makes far more fiscal sense to pay that fine than it does to pay the federal fine and the federal implications of what it does to your safety record if you have that type of violation. And so it could literally be coming down to a business decision. It's I'd rather pay this fine than the bigger fine. And so we may have to get pretty strategic and innovative to be able to solve this problem.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I'll save my thought about this until later. Except for one thing. Could we do something about having a discussion regarding, apparently these are code enforcement fines of $1,000 apparently, and if it is an issue that's involving the fact that there aren't places to put trucks, and then they're also trying to protect their property at the same time, then could we look into that if we're going to have special dispensation for the truckers, then we need special dispensation for the property owners.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I have a question for the staff. The development on the corner of Chambers and 120th, you have the northeast and the southeast corners that are the corners that are in question here. Have those roads within those developments become city streets yet, or are they still privately owned?
They are still privately owned.
That's what I thought. So with those being privately owned, Mr. Sadar, the owners, Devinder Sandhu or Russ Watterson, I know Russ had called me complaining just the first of this week, and he said he's up there rebuilding all of the barricades because they're tearing them down, tearing them up. They're knocking over the signs. He's wanting to put cables, big aircraft cables across the access to his private property because he's trying to encourage additional commercial development because that's not a city street. Can those private property owners then have those vehicles towed?
Absolutely. If a vehicle's trespassing on private property, they can call us. We can facilitate either them doing a private tow on it, or we can tow it as part of a trespassing case.
But they wouldn't have to wait the hours that you had previously questioned?
The problem we have is we don't have a place to tow them to. We can cite them quite easily, and we can have a tow truck respond, but we don't have a destination for them at this point.
I understand that. I just want to make it clear while Mr. Sandhu is here this evening, and if Mr. Watterson is watching, that they do have recourses because those streets are privately owned. Those semis, campers, RVs, whatever, parked on your property are parked illegally, and you as a private property owner have the right to have those, you can call a towing company, you can call the police department and file a complaint because those vehicles are parked on private property. I think that that makes the situation a little bit simpler for you because it is privately owned and not publicly owned. If it was publicly owned, as Deputy Chief Sadar said, you'd have to wait the 48 hours or 36 hours, whatever that may be. So stay in touch with the police department, and hopefully if we get a grip on this and get them out of there, it will quit attracting additional illegal parking within your private developments.
The issue with us calling the tow truck is the tow company will charge the property owner $1,500 to tow a semi. That's a heavy fee. I don't know how to get around that one.
I do. Call the police department and tell them someone's parked on your private property and that you want it removed, and then they can cite the owner and or figure out a way to tow it. But it's not okay for people to park their vehicles on your property illegally. It's private property, and I will do everything I can to make sure we have the resources available to take care of the problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, sir. Appreciate you coming in. Next up is going to be Joy Bishop.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here to give you an update. I live at Contra Estates, 6600 East 60th Place, here in Commerce City. I'm in apartment 104. Our east elevator has been broken for 3 weeks. The front door still does not lock on the building. The gates to go in and out of the property are broken, and they've been down for almost 2 weeks now. The public restrooms on the first floor are still locked because the front door is still broken. Things are just piling up, and we're sitting there like sitting ducks. We've got homeless people wandering through, we've got prostitutes wandering through, we've got drug dealers coming in. It's a free-for-all over there. So that's my update on Contra Estates. Also, I would like to see the city come up with a really good plan for what we're gonna do with the homeless population. I am willing to sit down and help with that discussion. I'm willing to do whatever I can do to help, but we need to sit down and figure out a solution for this. We can't just keep ticketing them and shoving them on somewhere else. We have to deal with it somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? I do have one question. When was, you came in 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago and spoke with us?
Yes,
And you raised all these issues then?
yes.
Has anybody on staff taken any action regarding these issues?
I turned in a list of 18 lights on the outside of the building that were not working a year ago, September. Some of those are still not working.
So my question, Ms. Blakeman, has anybody on staff taken any issues since the last time that Ms. Bishop came in to speak to the city council?
I will call on the Community Development Director to speak about what his staff efforts have been.
Thank you, Mayor. We did have staff go out. They've been out to the property numerous times. It is a continuing, ongoing saga with trying to get them in compliance. Again, we can cite them for code violations. Some of the things that get raised are not code violations. Paula Baker is our supervisor of code enforcement, and she's hands-on been out there to try to work through some of the issues. So
That's correct. So as far as the 18 lights, I spoke with Gina. I don't remember her last name. She's the new property manager for Contra Estates. There was only 2 lights that were out since the time that Ms. Bishop reported them. They come on a timer, so when it's dusk, that's when the lights come on. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So there was only 2. So out of the 18, 16 are functioning properly. As far as the front door, they're trying to get a company to work on the electric mechanism of it. So that has been a concern, and I've been following up with Gina on that. As far as the elevator, this is the first I knew about the elevator that was out of service. And what was your other complaint? The front gates. So none of those were a concern when I was out there just a couple of weeks ago. So if that's new information, you didn't indicate that you did go to Gina on this?
Oh, yeah, she knows.
So some of this would be out of our regulations for code enforcement, but as a courtesy, we've been following up, and I've been working, directly with Gina to figure out what's going on. So I could go ahead and contact her tomorrow just to arise these other issues that Ms. Bishop has brought to council's attention, and can get back with my director to give you an update.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I was over there last week talking to some of the residents there, and there's a lot of issues over there. The worst part was that I had to go to another meeting, but I had to go to the restroom. And the restroom on the first floor is continuously locked all the time. So there's no public facilities available for anyone who's visiting. And I actually I had to stop at Sapp Brothers before I went on to my next appointment because I just couldn't, I had to relieve myself.
So in reference to the restroom, they're not in violation of our property maintenance. What had happened was someone had actually went into the facilities and caused a lot of damage to those restrooms. Besides damaging the toilets, there was fecal all over the walls, so they knew that they had to get those restrooms repaired and cleaned for their residents. And so they have a key available Monday through Friday during business hours for residents to use. There's several residents within Contra Estates that have been issued keys that have been checked out. So when they have family members come on the weekend, they have a place that those people can go, their family members can go to the restroom. And so that is not in violation of our property maintenance code. It'd just be like going to a gas station and getting the key to use those facilities, but they thought to protect the restrooms at Contour, that's why they made the decision to have those doors locked.
And actually, I didn't think you were responsible for anything like that. So I wasn't actually speaking to you as being responsible. I'm just saying that that is part of the problem as far as the gates not working and the door not being locked and things like that. But think of the inconvenience that it would cause someone who has issues with incontinence and that they need to access that first floor restroom as quickly as possible because they don't want to be stuck in their apartment all the time. They want to be in the library or the other rooms socializing. And that's a real inconvenience that the residents shouldn't have to put up with there. There's other things that I really feel need to be addressed, but won't go into that tonight, but I really appreciate you coming
You
forward.
bet, but I will follow up on the other complaints and make sure that my director gets it back to council. Thank you.
No, I appreciate
Paula
that.
has been great, and we really appreciate her coming over and looking into these things. And we really appreciate her.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate, Ms. Baker, the fact that you've been out there and have been working on this from a code enforcement perspective. But the bigger problem to me is this property is part of the Commerce City Housing Authority program. And there's a term for apartment complexes that are not maintained like this and the people that oversee them, and it's called slumlords. And it's absolutely ridiculous, and this is not the only property that we have an issue with. There's a letter in our written comments talking about Village Crest property, apartments. So two of the most high-profile programs, properties in the Commerce City Housing Authority are in disarray. And this is not something that's new. This is something that we've been talking about for 2 years and nothing has been fixed on it. So what is it actually going to take to get these properties to provide a decent place for our residents to live? This is unacceptable. And this is a city program, and we're slumlords. That's not a very good thing to be considered. Councilmember Madera.
So, does the city manage the actual apartments for Contour Estates and Village Crest? Or is that privately owned?
They are privately owned. They did work through us, as I understand it, provide the tax credits, and we've got like a 1% piece of it, but no operating opportunities there. That does not mean that we can't put pressure and we can't look to do some other things. We just have filled our community well-being manager position, and we'll have 2 case managers there, one for seniors and families, and we can start working that angle and see what we can do to, where it's not code issues, and just put some pressure and try to work to get them to do what they need to do.
Has there been any complaints filed with CHAPA on these properties?
Yes.
Yes.
And did anything come out of that?
Not to my knowledge. We've encouraged the residents to go to CHAPA. They actually got, I had a meeting back in the winter with a young man that is the director of the, the advocacy program for low-income people. Vice Mayor put me in touch with him, Mayor Pro Tem, put me in touch with him, and we've asked him to work with us and help us that we can go together to the residents and get them to CHAPA and get them to ways to try to do things that we don't have the legal authority to do. That worked for a couple of months, and it's kind of fizzled, but that doesn't mean we can't rekindle it, because a lot of the residents don't want to talk to us. They're afraid to talk to us. They're concerned if they talk to us, it may bring other problems for them, but they will talk to a legal aid or some advocacy group who can help, and so we can rekindle that again.
And what what other options are there, besides going to CHAPA? I know one that we discussed previously is having an ordinance for rental properties and, having some sort of inspection process. Is there anything else, that we could do to bring these properties into compliance?
I think, we did bring an inspection program to you, and that would give us the opportunity, but, when they are skirting the line of not having code enforcement violations, but deplorable living conditions, it makes it difficult. And CHAFA has a lot more authority here, as I understand it, than we do on a lot of these violations. And so we just need to work to put more information in front of them and try to get them to help. They do want the residents to complain and not us, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to let them know about it.
And when was the last time that we got CHAPA involved?
I don't know the exact date. I know Ms. Jones, that's our housing manager, is in contact with them on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
So if it weren't for us, they wouldn't have the ability to get the LIHTC. They have to have our partnership to get to qualify for the LIHTC.
For the tax credits, yes, ma'am.
The tax credits. I wasn't going to bring this up, but I applaud Ms. Bishop for coming forward because she's one of the brave ones. She is facing eviction right at this very moment, and there's a good possibility that could happen on Wednesday. And if she is evicted, she will lose her Section 8, which means that she will end up homeless. But because of her bravery and her willingness to speak out, she's taking that chance. Because not only is she concerned about herself, but she is concerned about the other people who live there. And this has been ignored for long enough. We cannot enable these people by just rubber stamping their ability to do business like this. And so I'm going to ask that this is looked into. Ms. Bishop, as I said before, I applaud you for speaking up and taking that chance. There's so many others that I've talked to there that they are so scared of retaliation. And I am sure that your eviction is a retaliation matter. Whether the judge agrees with that or not, I don't know. But my observation and my interaction with other people validates that this is retaliatory. And I think it's a sad statement on how those who know how to work the system have gotten away with it for a very long time. That's all I have.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. First of all, to Mr. Tolbert and Ms. Baker, thank you very much for actively trying to do something about that. It's very much appreciated. And Ms. Bishop, we really appreciate you coming forward. It was your words last year that wound up having the Senior Commission make a visit to Contra Estates. We came back and made a report regarding our experience and what we found. And as a result, the owners of Contra Estates turned around and basically vilified us for doing so. However, the Senior Commission sees its role as being advocates for seniors in the community, and that includes at our various housing authority properties. There's no question about that. I am very sorry to hear about the situation that Councilmember Douglas spoke about, and I hope that doesn't occur on Wednesday. And whatever else we can do to be of assistance as a city so that our residents can speak out about things that are important to them without fear of retaliation. That's absolutely critical, and it matters a lot. Thank you so much for your bravery.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to thank Ms. Bishop for coming forward and for code enforcement. But I have a question for staff, because since I've been on city council, this is an ongoing problem at Contour Estates and Village Crest. We were notified that there was someone from the city that was going to visit both of those properties, and you guys keep telling us immediately you're going to follow up. So can someone tell us when someone from the housing authority visited these properties? And you just keep telling us immediately, but nothing has changed in almost 3.5 years. So when are we going to see something, and is there going to be a continuous pattern where the city staff make sure these residents are taken care of as well, especially since they're getting government money to run these facilities, and they're, like the mayor said, they're slumlords?
We do perform annual inspections for the people that have Section 8 vouchers. Usually have a long list of things they have to fix and repair. But I'm not sure when CHAFA has had anybody that's actually been on site. I know our staff is there fairly regularly because of the rotating Section 8 vouchers. Not all of them occur at the same time, but they don't inspect every unit. Again, we can't go in units unless we're invited in units, and most people won't invite us because they don't want the retaliation that comes with it. So that is a problem. But I think that, there's some other things that we might be able to do creatively to get their attention and try to work with them, and we'll undertake that.
Okay, well, when's that going to occur? Because we've been hearing the same thing, saying Ms. Bishop has come before council. I know probably the last 3 years. So can you give us, can a staff person be assigned to this even to follow up with CHAFA? And then you can't tell me a specific date when someone checked in on Village Crest and Contour Estates?
I will see if we can find out when they did that. And we do, like I said, we're in regular contact with them, and we can find out and we can talk to them about coming in and monitoring.
Okay, but you don't know what regular contact is, how often that is?
I know that, once every 2 or 3 weeks, but it's not all about that issue. It's about a number of different issues, since we administer the vouchers.
Yeah, because like I said, I would like, I don't know how the mayor feels and the other council, but can we have something maybe by next Monday to, you guys keep saying immediately and following up, and this has been ongoing for almost 3.5 years, and I know it's very frustrating for the people living there and the ones at Village Crest as well.
We'll get you some information, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I would say my request goes along with what Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas just requested, but it may be a little different. We continue to struggle, I think, over the last 3 years because we don't have authority there. It's 0.5% ownership with no operating authority. So I would really want the executive director of the housing authority to come talk to us. We have questions. We're putting our staff on the spot to answer those questions, and they're doing a great job for what they can answer. But it's almost unfair because they can go there, they can demand, they can fine, but they can't actually take action. It's still considered private property, and so I want to know why CHAFA and their regulations aren't doing more. They have the staff to do these same type of inspections and take action. And that's their job. That's what they're there for. And so to me, that seems to be like we should be requesting a fairly immediate response from them. And so they can come in and explain to us what their intentions are to get this fixed, because it needs to be fixed. There's no doubt about it. But at a level in which they have the authority to fix it, they're the ones that can remove that tax exemption from the property, and I guarantee the management company will take action if that's going to happen.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Hearing the comments and the testimony today, and I think we're all in agreement that obviously there are concerns and that there are issues that need to be addressed. And one of the things, obviously, understanding the limited control or ability to compel. The thing I would ask you all to think about and suggest is, do you come together with the Housing Authority Board and really have a conversation in and around expectations, in and around the treatment of all of our residents with respect to how we enter into special limited partnerships or agreements that leverage the Housing Authority for that tax exemption, while at the same time having possibly, if we can get them out here, CHAFA staff, to be able to speak to both the council and the board, understand those expectations, and think about that collaborative effort. And I think our staff would be more than willing to try to work in getting all of those moving pieces at a future study session. So that would be my suggestion to you all to think about. Obviously, maybe deliberate during your council admin business, but just another suggestion of trying to get to that next step.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I think whatever the solution is, it needs to be found quickly. This has gone on far too long. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was just curious also for Councilmember Madera, since you serve on the Housing Authority, have you went to these properties or tried to get involved also with CHAFA to try to see how the city and city council can help?
Yeah, so usually we work through the executive director to try to work through the relationships that we have with the property owners and the management companies to resolve these issues. And they've been successful a lot of times, but what happens a lot is similar to what the community development director was saying, in that residents will come and talk to us as city council, but then they won't allow the executive director, anyone into the apartment to inspect these complaints. And then at the same time, you know, they need to verify and be able to verify that these things were resolved. So I know that's one issue that they've ran into. I think some people, like was discussed previously, are afraid of retaliation from the management company or, you know, something of the sort. I know they have lodged complaints to CHAFA at certain times, but, you know, like was discussed earlier, CHAFA really prefers the complaint to come from the resident, and then CHAFA will come in and do their inspection and write up any violations, and then come back and re-inspect to make sure that those have been adequately resolved. And that's where the problem comes, where, you know, a lot of people won't let people into the apartments. And so it's kind of, it's tough because it really takes the residents to put themselves out there to have the inspection done. So I've asked the president of the board to put it on the calendar for the next meeting agenda to discuss, you know, what other options we have, you know, whether it's pulling out of these agreements or adding an amendment to have a minimum level of, you know, satisfactory living requirements. So I think it's something that we're gonna have to discuss, and we really need CHAFA and everyone, you know, to come to the table and come to an agreement that, you know, is enforceable and is gonna work for the residents.
So then nothing has been done, or there's no ways for that you know of currently, or since this has been going on almost, that I'm aware of, 3 years, nothing
Well,
yet that.
yeah, so, you know, like I said, CHAPA has been brought in, but unless the resident allows the inspectors in their home to verify these violations, they can't lodge a formal complaint, and then they have to re-inspect that those were then adequately resolved. So, they have been brought in, but in a lot of cases, there wasn't anything that was done because you have to have the residents, on board as well. And I think that's what happens a lot of times is, once you get to that action piece of the process, people tend to back out or aren't compliant with CHAFA or the inspectors. So that's why it's difficult to say, because it really becomes, case by case basis, unless it's, common issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak again. With all due respect, I would say that those are very lame excuses. I have not been in anyone's apartment. The complaints go further than just the condition of the individual apartments. It also has to do with the condition of the property itself, and it has to do with affordability of the rents, and those rents can be raised, and they don't reconsider the income of the tenant. So it's not just a matter of getting it into the apartments. So I have found that the more people see that I am concerned about my constituents, the more trustworthy they are to share their experiences with me without fear of retaliation. And so I have formed relationships with people who are struggling to get by. And we have homelessness on the agenda tonight as a camping ban. It's just a piece of the puzzle that's the problem. So to me, those are excuses, and there's a solution to every problem. And so we got to get beyond the excuses, and we have to resolve issues.
All right, next up is Patricia Michelle.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y miembros del Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Patricia Michel.
Ma'am, we can get a translator.
I'm sorry.
Tenemos un intérprete.
Okay, gracias. Thank you.
So, Francisco, if you don't mind providing direction and then providing live translation for this person's comment. Thank you.
Very well. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Francisco, yo soy un intérprete del Consejo Municipal y con mucho gusto le interpretaré si hace el favor de expresarse en una o dos oraciones y me permite interpretar y así continuaremos.
Okay.
Proceda.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y miembros del Consejo Municipal.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council.
Mi nombre es Patricia Michel.
My name is Patricia Michel.
Vivo en 62 Avenida, en los apartamentos Villa Crest.
I live on 62nd Avenue on the Villa Crest Apartments.
Yo vengo aquí porque ya tengo viviendo alrededor de 5 años en Commerce City y la renta está subiendo demasiado y las condiciones de vivienda son muy bajas.
I came here because I've been living in Commerce City for 5 years, and the rents have been going up. and at the same time, the living conditions are getting worse.
Yo estoy viviendo con mi familia, somos 6 integrantes. Mi esposo trabaja él únicamente en el hogar, entonces para nosotros se nos está haciendo muy difícil pagar las rentas tan altas que están aumentando muy seguido.
I live with a family of 6 members. My husband is the only one working right now, so it is very difficult to make ends meet and to pay the ever increasing rents.
Yo desde diciembre del año pasado he pedido que si me pueden arreglar la secadora, mi estufa, mi puertas y no lo han hecho. Yo aún así tengo que seguir pagando mi renta y pienso que eso es muy injusto.
Since December of last year, I've been requesting for my dryer to be fixed, for my stove to be fixed, and also my doors. I think this is very unfair because I have to continue to pay rent, but these things don't get fixed.
A mí realmente me encantaría que ustedes, como la ciudad, pudiera apoyarnos en que hubiera un control de rentas y pues eso, que nos apoyaran en eso.
Well, I would love for you as a city to provide us support, to give us support with rent control. I would love for you to support us with that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for coming and speaking with us this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker?
Gracias, señora, por haber venido a expresar y compartir sus ideas en el Consejo Municipal. ¿Alguien más tiene una pregunta o alguien más quiere hablar?
Councilmember Noble?
Concejal Noble.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Gracias. No más español.
Buenas noches y gracias. No hablo más español.
This is the other housing authority property that just came up earlier. This is Village Crest. So, yes, we need to take care of all of this. Thank you for bringing this forward. And I think it would be interesting to take a look at rent control also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Gracias. I was just going to tell her poquito español. And like I said, this is a serious ongoing matter, so I hope we don't continue to put this on a back burner, and you guys have a resolution for us sooner than later instead of just saying immediately. So I thank Village Crest and Contour Estate residents for coming forward, and this is a serious ongoing issue.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Gracias, Patricia, for coming forward. Your bravery is to be commended. It is hard enough to come forward when you speak English, but when you don't speak English, it's even harder. So you are to be commended. Bravo.
All right, seeing no other questions, we're going to move on to Maria Lopez.
And Francisco, we will need translation services for this person as well.
Very well.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es María López
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Lopez.
y vivo en los apartamentos Village Crest
I live at the Village Crest Apartments.
y estoy aquí por la razón por el costo de la vivienda, del alquiler.
I am here because of the cost of housing, because of the rents.
Soy madre soltera
I'm a single mom.
y, y pues trabajo muy duro para pagar mi renta,
I work very hard
pero a
to pay
veces,
my rent,
no alcanza.
but sometimes you can't make ends
Y
meet.
yo quisiera ver si pudieran apoyarnos en el control de la renta,
I would like to see if it's possible for you to to support us with rent control.
porque ellos, los de la oficina, dicen que van a arreglar las cosas de los apartamentos y al menos a mí nunca lo han hecho y tiene varios problemas. Tengo varios problemas en el apartamento, varias condiciones que no están bien.
The folks at the office, they say they're going to fix things, but at least in my case, they never have fixed a single thing. There are a number of problems and conditions that are not well, that are not good.
Saqué mi estufa, la tuve que sacar del apartamento, la tengo afuera de mi puerta en el pasillo por las condiciones de que cuando la quería prender, echaba chispas como lumbre.
I had to take my stove outside of my apartment, outside my door, because every time I tried to use it, it would start sparkling, and it's so bad.
Tuve que poner otra. Mi hijo vino y me instaló otra.
My son came over and he installed another stove for me.
Pero la oficina ahora me dice que yo tengo que poner esa estufa otra vez en su lugar. Yo les digo que no porque no me quiero arriesgar a que me vaya a pasar algo porque echa lumbre esa estufa ¿cómo se puede decir? Pues sí, no se puede prender porque echa chispas de lumbre, de electricidad.
The office came over and said that I had to reinstall the other stove. And I tell them no, because that stove is, and so many sparks are coming out that it's dangerous. It's dangerous for me.
Pero ellos dicen que no va a pasar, que no me va a pasar nada, que la tengo que poner otra vez como estaba y sacar la que yo puse, porque si no, ellos me la van a cobrar como nueva y me van a poner un papel en de desalojo de la propiedad.
I explained this to them. They say it doesn't matter. They say nothing is going to happen to you. Just use it. They say that if I don't reinstall the old stove, they're going to bill me for a new stove, or they're going to bill me for that stove as if it was new. And they're going to initiate an eviction process.
Y yo les he dicho muchas veces que me cambiaran esa estufa, pero nunca lo hicieron. Y yo tuve que poner a otra y ahora tengo esos problemas con ellos.
I asked them and I told them repeatedly to fix the stove, to get me a new stove. And now that I installed a new stove, they are they are getting me into this kind of trouble now.
Y ese es tan solo uno de los problemas que hay en el apartamento, pero hay varios.
Now, that's just one of the problems that exists with their apartment. There are many.
Y pues yo nomás les pido su apoyo, que si nos pudieran ayudar, apoyarnos pues en todo esto, en las rentas, ¿verdad? Principalmente porque así como estoy yo como madre soltera, hay varias personas en diferentes situaciones que es difícil pagar el alto costo de la renta.
Well, I just I'm just here to ask for your support, for your help with the rents. Like I said, I'm a single mother, but there are many other people that are in the same boat that I am, having difficulty making ends meet and coming up with the rent.
Y pues muchas gracias por todo, porque sé que ustedes están apoyándonos en todo esto. Gracias
Well,
de
thank
verdad.
you. Thank
Gracias.
you. Thank you for everything, because I know that you are supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming in this evening. We do have a couple questions for you.
Gracias, señora, por haber venido esta noche. Tenemos un par de preguntas para usted.
Sorry.
Councilmember Dare?
I'm sorry.
Concejal Madera.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Si nos das un favor y pueden dejar su información con nuestros empleados aquí
Claro que sí, con todo con todo el gusto.
y luego les podemos ayudar a buscar recursos y hablar así en el apartamento a ver si les podemos ayudar que arreglen las cosas que tienen ahí quebradas. La cosa con la renta es que eso está, el Estado es el que pone todos los límites de la renta y cada año la suben.
Sí.
Entonces,
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, point of order, may we have translation, please?
I'll translate for myself after. That's okay.
No, I was suggesting translation for you.
Yeah, I can translate for myself. Y entonces las rentas están puestas por el Estado, ¿verdad? Entonces podemos mirar, asegurarnos que no están cobrando de más de lo que los límites del Estado. Pero también les podemos ayudar así a buscar otros recursos que chance les ayuden así con la renta.
Muchas gracias.
Sí, si dejan su información con el abogado aquí al lado,
Claro que sí.
él la pasa a mí.
Muchas gracias por ayudarnos. ¿A él?
Sí, a él. So I was asking for them to leave their information with our city attorney here so we can help find, more services or help with the rental assistance and to reach out to the property managers in order to have their issues resolved with the faulty stoves and appliances. And I also was explaining that CHAPA sets the rent limits depending on the AMI and the type of housing that it is. So CHAPA also raises those limits every year, and the properties tend to do so in step with CHAPA. And I was just explaining that we can review what they're being charged in rent and to ensure that it's not exceeding those limits that CHAPA imposes.
Councilmember Noble?
Concejal Noble.
Thank you. I am asking about public health issues. So as a municipality, we don't have a department that does that, but certainly Adams County does. Is CHAFA the only one with authority, or does the county have a role to play in this as well? And are there departments in the county who should be stepping in to fulfill those obligations on our behalf?
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. That's a very good question. Until the end of this year, that will still be Tri-County Health. We did receive their order that they will be closing up shop so that it will then transition to Adams County. So in the interim, it's still going to be TCHD. I believe there's also an opportunity to work with our colleagues over at the county, see what social services that may be available to assist in this matter. In addition to that, I think I'd like to share with you as well, you all may remember as part of the 2023 budget, this was one of our yeses, we were going to be establishing a at the time, an emergency rental assistance program. Now, it doesn't need to be emergency rental assistance because it is coming out of the general fund, so there are no policy or regulatory strings to that. But there's probably a policy discussion that needs to happen with the council as to how we want to implement that into our community. Now, that's for 2023. So that's 4 months away from now. However, it does give ample time to be able to be thinking about some of the matters that we heard around the table to which we may be able to help deploy into our community. So just keep that in mind as well.
All right, next is going to be Shirley Henney.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to talk about several things tonight. My name is Shirley and I live at 6390 Olive Street. I walk the open space across the street about 5 days a week, and this year it seems like they didn't take care of it very well. The weeds are very high. There's a lot of trash alongside the roadside here, and there's rattlesnakes, so it's hard to pick up the trash when you run into a rattlesnake. And when you do pick it up, it's usually beer bottles, alcohol containers, so I don't know what's going on, why they don't care about it anymore. And you got all these people coming to the events, 1st of September, you got the Colorado Rapids people coming in there and they see all this. Even today when I was walking, I had to walk across the street to find out what time the city council meeting was today. And I saw trash along, it's everywhere. Sometimes people here that live in this area feel like we're not as good as the people that live in Reunion, because we live in this part of Commerce City. When I walk the open space on the weekends, I see dirt bikes on that trail, electric scooters, the electric bikes. I see people dumping dirt. One day I was walking and I saw this truck. It looked a work truck. They had just dumped dirt on the side and it's still there. Are you allowed to dump dirt? The dirt bikes are awful, coming down 64th, going down Olive. The weeds on the sidewalks, the overgrowth on Quebec here. I don't know what's going on. I mean, my story's probably not as bad. I didn't know those people are living in that kind of condition. I live close to them. I don't think that's fair. And I was going to say a lot of the homeless people come from the shelters. They catch the RTD bus and they unload them off there by McDonald's and they hang out over by Walmart and over by KFC all day. And then they go back to the shelters at night. And a lot of people that live at the shelters have jobs that they go to every day. I did make a list of stuff that I wanted to talk about. How come they don't do anything about the people that panhandle along 60th and Highway 85? Sometimes it can get pretty bad, and that's a busy intersection right there. How come they can't put up signs saying, do not do that? Because sometimes when you're at the light, they'll come right up to your car, and these are not the homeless people. These are people holding signs with small children saying that this person needs all this money, and it's scary for someone to be knocking on your window when you're at the stoplight. There's a piece of broken sidewalk, like Church's Fried Chicken on the side that's been broken for almost a year, but nobody's fixed it yet. I have the Commerce City app on my phone. I try to get contact through that way. I don't get any answers. The only time I get help is if I call the non-emergency phone number, but they help me. But so could you tell me about the dirt bikes? Are they allowed on the streets?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming in. Deputy Chief Sater, do you want to answer Ms. Henney's questions?
So it would depend on what size the motorcycle is. Under a certain CC, some motorcycles are allowed on the street, like lower powered mopeds, Vespas, those types of things. Once they get over a certain CC level, they are required to have a license plate, headlamp, those types of issues. On the trails, no, dirt bikes, gas motorized dirt bikes are not allowed, but electric bicycles are.
Okay, thank you.
And what about the overgrowth over at the open space? Are they going to cut the weeds and so you can be able to pick up trash? You have no idea how much trash I pick up from my house when I walk over there. Tons of it, and I throw it away in the trash can over here when I get to the other side of the street. I don't drive my car because of the speeding that goes on in Commerce City on Highway 2 or just going down the side street here in front of the police station. It's amazing how many people speed. And I know the police are doing whatever they can, but they can't be everywhere, you know, and sometimes people they'll honk at you and tailgate you if you're not going fast enough for them. You know, the speed limit on Highway 2 is 45, not 80, but I'm sorry that I'm saying all this, but I haven't been to city council since the pandemic, and I do have that app on my phone, but no response.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming in and
Okay.
raising this issue. Before I let the Mayor Pro Tem ask you questions, I want to direct you to the individual in the back who's sitting in the coat at the table behind you. If, whenever we're done speaking, if you can go see him and get him your contact information so that he
Okay.
can follow up on all these issues with you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank you, Ms. Shirley, for coming forward to City Council tonight, because it is very concerning and disturbing, because you do live in my ward as well, and I sometimes feel the same way you feel. So, and we're working to get this area cleaned up, but I just want to let you know, anytime you have any other problems or issues, you're always free to give me a call or, you know, ask me to come over and meet you. Yeah, so
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'd like to extend that offer as well. I live in the north, but I represent the whole city, and I love everyone in this city. So thank you so much for coming forward. It was 64th and Olive, is that where you walk?
Yes, 64th and Olive.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much, and please call upon me anytime. Love to have a cup of coffee with you. So
Okay, thank you.
just know that there are a lot of people who feel this way about the whole city, not just one part of the city being special. I don't want you to ever feel neglected or ignored.
Well, sometimes you do feel neglected, but I say, I'm so happy that they're making more people renew their license plates, because sometimes you see cars with no plates at all driving down the streets, but they're, you know, because you don't know if these people that are 2 years overdue, if they have insurance on their car, but thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you again for coming
Thank
in,
you.
ma'am.
You're
Like I
welcome.
said, Mr. Tolbert at the back table there will get your contact information. Okay, next up is going to be Martha Maldonado.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mi nombre es Marta Maldonado. Vivo en la 62 Avenue aquí en Converse City, en Los Villaje Crest.
My name is Marta Maldonado. I live on 62nd at the apartments on Commerce Crest, Village Crest,
Okay.
here in Commerce City.
Sí, pues, como mis compañeros lo han dicho, ¿verdad? Yo también tengo los mismos problemas.
As my fellow participants here have said, I have the same problems as they do.
Sobre las rentas, que no nos alcanza el dinero porque pues yo soy como cabeza de familia, tengo a mi hija y 2 nietecitos.
About the rents, I don't have enough money. I'm the sole head of household, and I take care of my daughter and my 2 grandkids.
Mi pago por semana son $540. El pago de la renta son $1,583.
I make $540 a week, and the rent I pay is $1,583.
Más me falta biles, pagar el costo de mi carro en el que trabajo.
On top of that, you have bills. I have to pay for the cost of my car, which I use to get to work.
No alcanza, es muy difícil para nosotros. La renta sube y sube, no es cada año, es cuando a los que nos rentan se les ocurre subirnos la renta.
And nevertheless, the rents keep going up and up. It hasn't happened every year, but it happens whenever they want to raise it, they do.
De esto nos cobran $75 por usar lavadoras. Además
They
de la
charge
renta.
it on top of the rent. They charge us $75 to be able to use the washing machines.
Es bastante difícil porque si pagamos renta o comemos. Los gustos a nuestra familia, pues no podemos llevarlos a un restaurante, a unos parques, a comer unas hamburguesas porque la realidad no nos alcanza.
It's very difficult. We have to pick between paying the rent or paying for other things, and it's just not possible to take our family out or go to the park or go eat some hamburgers. It's just there's not enough money to pay the rent.
Igual las condiciones de los apartamentos están pésimas. Hay cucarachas, hay moho, y no es en un apartamento, en dos, es casi en todito el villaje Cres.
And the conditions in the apartments are horrible. They're terrible. You have roaches, there's mold, and I'm not talking about just one or two apartments. It's throughout this exists throughout the apartments.
Les agradecería mucho que nos apoyaran en esto, porque sí, la verdad sí es muy difícil para nosotros, tanto en los sueldos como lo que pagamos nosotros.
I would be very grateful if you could help us out with this, because it's just very hard for us. It's not as hard with the salaries we have, but it's very hard with the amount of money that we have to pay.
Les agradezco mucho y muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming in and speaking with us this evening. Councilmember Madera?
Si me hace el favor de dejar su información y luego podemos hablar así más después para ver qué recursos les podemos ayudar.
Está muy bien. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I also wanted to thank you for coming in tonight. But I also had a question for staff. Can Commerce City Housing Authority set the rent costs based on Section 8 programs?
Jim, do you mind coming up?
If there is a voucher involved, if somebody's on Section 8, the state sets fair market rents, which is a range of what they can be charged, and they do adjust those every year. So we don't set them, the state sets them. And they're based on HUD rents and HUD models.
Because is that something also, like I said, can you let the mayor and other council members know how, not postpone it for another 6 months or so, but how can we get some help to help these tenants as well with this issue? Or give us more information. Like I said, I don't understand. They're getting government money plus city money from the city, and they're having to live in these conditions, and their rents keep going up and up. So can you, staff, eventually report back to us again on this topic as well, what we can do to assist these residents?
Yes, ma'am. Again, those rents are set by the state. I do believe that they were adjusted sometime this spring by the state. The new fair market rents went into effect. But when that happens, the voucher amount also goes up. So there's, but we'll get you the facts and the details on that.
Okay, thank you. And sir, you're saying it's a state level, so is that like our senators, the city staff can't assist with this at all?
No, ma'am. We get them assigned to us, and that's what we use.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next up is going to be Lori McMahon.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Lori McMahon. I now live at 7225 East 60th Way in Commerce City. I lived next door at 7161 East 60th Way until about 6 months ago. I understand what these people are talking about because the people that are coming in and buying the properties for rent in Commerce City are then going and getting management companies to come in and basically bully you till you move out, you leave, because they want more money. It feels like the landlords and the management companies are all that have the power. Whenever we try to talk to them, they don't call us back. They just keep pushing. They feel whatever they do is right because if we won't pay the money, the next person will. Our management company gave my phone number to a gentleman to come fix some plumbing or some disposal. When the man showed up, he was in a van that didn't even have a name on it. He had no cards, no anything. He knew my name, he knew my phone number, and now he knew where my house was. I had no clue who he was. When I reached out to the management company, they never responded back. Eventually, somebody told me this was the man that was supposed to fix my disposal. I was home alone, and this man was there with all my information. They didn't see that as a problem. I feel that stabilizing rent is important for these people and others. We have a right to deserve the right to feel safe and be treated fairly as people of Commerce City. When I tell people where I live, I say outside of Denver. But don't worry, it's a good place. There's an old part of Commerce City and a new part of Commerce City. It is a very diverse place. And I really love to live here. And then the big businesses started buying our property. They started upping our rents. They started making it impossible to stay in the area. You talk about homelessness. Well, I worked at a place for homelessness. And you know something? They're getting kicked out on your streets because we moved, but the next guy has an outrageous rent. It won't be long before he'll have to move too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Does anybody on council have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I didn't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank you as well, Ms. McMahon, and we'll try to look into this further to help you. Thanks.
Sean McMahon?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sean McMahon. I also currently live at 7225 East 60th Way, and we previously lived at 7161 East 60th Way, right next door. I'm not going to mention Atlas Realty's name because it doesn't seem to matter. But they are slumlords from the word go. And we are standing up for our friends and our neighbors now because they're scared to. They're older, some of them are senior citizens. They're afraid of retaliation because the individual, Trish, is a bully. This country's built on change. Westminster's starting, other suburbs are gonna starting, Denver metro areas are gonna start. Everybody has the right to live in a clean place and be able to afford to live there. Just because inflation's up right now doesn't mean that it's bad for us right now because inflation's up, but the corporations and the money people, they look at that as an advantage to get more money out of people, and it's wrong. And we need to set a precedence. We need to change what's happening right now because there's not a happy ending here. Homelessness is up on a rise. We were talking, got cut off for their time. We did a point in time here 3 years ago and we found out how many homeless families there are just in Adams County alone, which, by the way, they have more homeless families in Adams County than in the entire state of Colorado. Families, not individuals, whole families are homeless. And it's getting worse. It's not going to get better. So I'm asking for you guys to take every bit of this information that everybody here is talking with. Doesn't matter race, color, income. Everybody deserves the right to be able to live in a home, work their job, raise their family, whether they have a six-figure income or whether they're doing $500 a week. It doesn't matter. We should all be able to have some semblance of a little bit of equality here. And you know, these apartment complexes, I can't imagine it's just those two. I think everybody else has just ducked the radar for now. We have these other management companies coming in, or people from out of state buying these properties, and they're hiring these management companies they don't even know. And again, people are getting bullied. People are scared. I'm not scared. I'll stand up to them. I did stand up to them. That's why we moved. Not everybody has the knowledge. Not everybody has the gumption I have to stand up for what's right. And I'm here requesting you guys to help us stand up for what's right for your constituents. Thank you very much. You guys have a good night.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mr. McMahon, for taking the time as well. But I would like to mention Alex Luna, who is in our audience, works for United for a New Economy. And I've reached out to several city staff about the residents in those apartments as well, because they're directly across the street from where I live, and can't seem to get any assistance from anyone with the city. But Alex Luna, like I said, he's in our audience tonight, who is with United for a New Economy, has been, he's standing back there, he has been tremendous big help in helping these residents as far as getting assistance with attorneys, helping them read these contracts. And it's very devastating for me as well, because a lot of those tenants have been my neighbors for like 20 years or more, and now all of a sudden they're having to move because of these rent increases. So like I said, I'm just continuing to say the same thing over and over. Someone on the city level, can someone look into this situation as well? And it is, like you said, with the company Atlas, and I notice they keep increasing people's rent to where they do have to move. And then they go, then they eventually do increase the rent, like almost double the price. So could someone on staff look into this further again, like I've been repeating tonight?
Is that a head nod?
That's a head nod, sir.
I couldn't hear the rocks rattling.
Yes, sir.
All right, next up is going to be Amy Quintana. Okay. Carmen Romero.
Hi, and good evening to everyone. My name is Carmen Romero, and I live in Commerce City for 4 years. I live at the Village Crest Apartment Homes. It's a low-income property. To live there, you have to be either elderly, a person with disabilities, or make certain annual gross income, or be a citizen. It's because it's a public housing program. The struggles have been the struggles there have been receiving last minute ordinance letters by the staff from the leasing office. If we don't do what they say, fees are immediately placed. Then then it comes to an argument of landlord against tenants. We don't want any problems. We want to be problem-free, so we just follow the rules and do as the letters say. Getting repairs done is a hassle because maintenance personnel act like they have many things to do and push our orders back so things just don't get fixed there. The property stays dirty most of the day. Parking regulations are always being violated, and the office personnel change the parking policies whenever they want at any time that they wish. I've seen tenants get their vehicles towed. Handicap parking spaces have trash, cracked pavements, and rocks all over. I have a new scooter, and it's really difficult for me to drive it around. Just getting off my vehicle, I need my daughter to help me out. And I live in the second floor. There are no elevators, so it's very difficult for me to get to my apartment. Stabilization of rents would help keep prices lower. We as tenants we wouldn't have to end up moving so often. We could have affordability to pay our rents and our groceries, securing a home for our families. And we wouldn't need to be in government assistance. That's what I have right now. I've been dealing with a lot of health issues throughout the year, and I've recently received a $223 rent increase, making my monthly rent to $1,519. I began paying only $1,240 for a 2-bedroom apartment. I don't work because of my recent injury, which happened a week ago. I still have a future bunion surgery, which I need to get done, which I probably won't, because at this point, I don't know what I'm gonna end up doing. Either looking for another low-income apartment or just resting at home to get better to go to work. And even then, I won't make enough to pay that much rent. I invite the city to find a solution and work with the tenants at Village Crest Apartment Homes to help address these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker?
Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
blessed
ma'am.
night.
Next is going to be Adriana Carrillo.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I also live at the Village Crest Apartments with my mom who just spoke. Speaking on a little bit of what she said of our apartment, just getting that rent increase, and I kind of do assist her with paying that rent as well. But like with that rent increase, it's getting harder to do so, and it feels like I would have to just kind of either get a second job to help her out, because I moved in with my mom to help her kind of pay the rent, and then also just to make sure she's doing okay, because she did have her surgery, had to be out of work. So and then I had to step in and help her out and kind of go into her savings as well. And it's just getting more and more difficult. And even with the parking, it's kind of difficult because there's more and more people kind of just being like, hey, well, we have more cars there, or like they're not really fixing it in a way. Like they just fixed the gravel there and just like making sure that there wasn't any cracks, even though there were some for years. And they now decided to fix it because it was becoming more of an issue and more of us kept complaining about it. And it's just super difficult to kind of live there as well. We had different maintenance issues that barely got fixed. Like our shower head was leaking somehow. We barely got that done a few months ago. And it's just more and more issues coming now that it just seems like, oh, well, if we go to the office, should we even say anything? Because it's not going to get fixed until maybe even next year or months after, even if we leave that apartment complex. So it's just kind of getting more and more difficult to be there. And it's just like, if we're paying so much of rent now, why aren't things getting fixed?
Is that all?
That is all.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Next is going to be David Busby.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm David Busby. I live at 11136 Quintero Court in Reunion. Recently moved there from 6851 Jasmine Street, which I lived at for 41 years. And I want to give you some numbers here. I also have copies of what I'm going to say to give to you so you can look them over. I sold the place last year because my wife wanted to move. And you know, happy wife, happy life, right? Well, I didn't want to move, but I'm in Reunion now. Sold the house for $475,000. The taxes on that house are $2,079 a year. With the senior discount, I was paying $1,445 a month or a year. The property we moved into on Quintero Court is valued at $630,000. The taxes are $8,258.86. I'm sure I'm not telling some of you anything that's new. The Commerce City North infrastructure is 20 mills, which is $787. North Range Metro District 2 is 88 mills, $3,474.84. And it doesn't seem like that's going to end anytime soon. All of these metro districts continue until the full development, and the mill levy keeps going up until the people that are living there can't afford them any longer. Thus, for an extra $155,000 in house value, I get to pay an extra $6,179. And this is the reason that I printed this out, because I knew I couldn't do it in 3 minutes. But I would ask the city council to do away with metro districts the city council when I was on, and I was on the city council for 22 years, 12 years as mayor, and we never had to worry about metro districts. The home builders put in all the infrastructure, place that cost onto the homes, and they were competitive. You don't need metro districts. Only the home builder needs them. They're double dipping because their homes are no cheaper than somebody that's not in a metro district. And my time's up, but I've got some papers for you here. You can read the rest of it that I have to say. I say abolish the metro district completely.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being here. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mayor Busby? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to thank the former Mayor, David Busby, for coming in to speak to us tonight. We'll look into this further, so thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your time. Next is going to be Ariana Mullen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Ariane Mullen. I represent the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce tonight. I'm on the board as well as my employer, Aviation and Occupational Medicine, Dr. Michael Ladwig, and the Director of Operations, Tony Baker. I will talk very quickly. I'm here tonight to talk about a potential solution to homelessness that we would like to present. I'm here to invite the Mayor's Office, Council, and any staff and any other entities interested to attend a chamber meeting on October 6th at 11:30 until 1 p.m. at the Business Development or at the Business Resource Center. My employer has long been concerned with the impact of homelessness on their business. We're actually on the Denver side. Wish we were on the Commerce City side. We're one street away. But we do serve primarily Commerce City businesses, and so we have a very passionate interest in the health and wellness of Commerce City as a place to do business and for residents. The encampments, the parked cars, trespassing, waste, garbage, those things impact all of us and residents in Commerce City and all over the metro area. My job is complex at Aviation. I'm the business development director. I can't really go around asking people how many workplace injuries they'd like to order each month since nobody wants a workplace injury. So instead, I just conduct outreach and serve the community the best way I can. I'm very passionate about the homeless situation and the impact it has. Homelessness is complex. There's no one answer. The impact is great on business owners, residents, potential business owners, and the unsheltered individuals themselves. It's a pervasive issue, meaning it will always be here as long as there's generational poverty, lack of opportunity, drug abuse, domestic abuse, foster children who age out of group homes at age 18 and hit the streets, mental illness, PTSD, lack of soft skill education, life skills, basic hygiene education, systemic issues that we've heard about tonight, slumlords, evicting people, creating more homelessness. We've heard a lot about that, and especially since the pandemic. It's only getting worse. With that in mind, we've put together a presentation regarding a program that would mimic services that are well underway and successful in other cities, specifically Salt Lake City, Utah. I have a unique connection in Salt Lake City. My sister is the director of community outreach for the homeless programs in Salt Lake City. They've actually already implemented some of those here. The Other Side Academy is one of those. She's the director of the Other Side Village, which is the women's counterpart to the Other Side Academy, which is for men who are trying to rehabilitate, reintegrate into society after being out of the system through in law enforcement, in prison. My own cousin is working through the program in Salt Lake City right now. The Other Side Village, which she runs, is a counterpart for women who have been victims of domestic abuse, who need to rebuild their lives. So that's a little bit about who she is. She started in her own Chamber of Commerce with the Downtown Alliance in Salt Lake City. They had nothing going on, and she's going to come on through Zoom to present her the history of how that started 15 years ago to what it is today. Also, Rob Ferris is a partner with her. He runs Advantage Services. They are going to present the core pieces of this program. It's a 7-part program. It consists of a clean team, which cleans the streets, the garbage that we're hearing about. a power washing OSHA approved team that does all of the yucky stuff, the power washing for the human waste, encampment abatement, outreach individuals who go out and connect with members of the homeless community and actually create rapport and build trust with them. A place to store your stuff, which is a permanent and supervised facility for homeless individuals to store their things, their valuables, so they don't go missing. And so there are 7 pieces to this plan, and I know I'm forgetting one. Mobile bathrooms that follow encampments, and also a sanctioned outdoor safe space, a campground that is for people to find a shelter. So, because like somebody said earlier, we can't tell people they can't camp if we don't give them somewhere they can go, and also provide resources. And the ambassador program is the 7th part of this plan, where we have employees who are actually going out, reaching out to them and connecting them with the services they need. I know that through there are programs within the city already that are developing to address this. This is not a replacement. This is something we'd like to collaborate. The biggest part of this that we're going to present on the 6th that is so important is that these teams, these 7 pieces, except for the ambassador team, they're employed by the homeless population themselves. It is a very, very established and well-working program in Salt Lake where homeless individuals are taught and developed those soft skills, the skills that are missing that allow them to go out and reintegrate into society. They're taught those, and step by step, with baby steps and trust and rapport, are guided into a place where they can actually get long-term meaningful employment. And you'll also hear from the director of housing for Salt Lake City, housing sustainability. He'll talk about the city's attitude toward this program, how it went from them having to apply for grants to being a regular instituted part of the yearly budget. It's worked so well. Also, you'll hear from their manager of operations at Advantage Services, and he represents the business owners and the residents who have felt the impact. And he can speak to how business owners were rapidly and significantly impacted in a positive way by the implementation of these programs. So that meeting is very structured. We're gonna stay on time. We're gonna start at about 11:40. We're gonna go to 1 o'clock. You're gonna hear every piece of it. They have also already put together a budget proposal that is in line with Colorado regulations, statutes, our minimum wage, and they'll show you step by step the way homeless individuals are connected to this program, and they start just little, working a couple hours a day. They go out and talk to their friends. More people come. People stay in this program. They move through the program. They go out and get better jobs, or they just stay in the program. You'll hear from a man who runs one of the programs now, who once was a homeless individual just working a couple hours a day. And now he's a full-time benefited employee of this program and has a home and is in permanent housing. So I'd like you guys to all put it in your calendars to come on the 6th. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Councilmember Noble.
I know that this program is a model in the country. I've read quite a bit about it. I will definitely be there, and I hope that our homeless coordinators can get away to attend as well, or the staff that's, or the analysts that are representing us in terms of our initiative on homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. Next up is going to be Joe Shorten.
I'm sorry, they both had to leave. I'm sorry. They're part of the petition for the traffic and parking issues. The only reason I stayed was so that you guys could call them, because he states that he was nearly struck by one of the parent vehicles last week, and he asked me to share his contact information with Acting Chief Myers, which I've done, but to also share it with City Council. So if you don't mind, I would like, because I know Christy's number and Susan's number, could I text you their name, address, and telephone number and get you to give them a call so they could express what they were going to say here to you guys at a later date? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And next will be Vero Marquez. Let's see, how about Rita C.?
Yes, thank you.
Francisco will need translation for this person as well.
Very well.
Mi nombre es Rita, Rita Carrasco, y vivo en Billy Crest. Tengo 4 años viviendo allí en Billy Crest. Y yo estoy hablando por los problemas, bueno, aparte que los alquileres están muy altos, porque este año me subieron el alquiler 2 veces porque se suponía que el otro año no me lo habían subido. Entonces a mí se me hizo muy pesado de que de repente me dijeran que era más dinero de lo que yo pagaba.
My name is Rita Carrasco. I live at Village Crest Apartments. I've
Oh,
been there for
Francisco,
4
we're
years.
having a hard time hearing you.
Is that any better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rita Carrasco. I live at Village Crest Apartments. I've been there for 4 years. I wanted to say that I wanted to talk about these problems. I wanted to explain that my rent has gone up twice this year. They told me that this was so because they had skipped a year, but this has been very difficult for me, this huge increase. Proceda, señora.
Ahorita estoy pagando 1,350 y y tuve un problema hace poco porque me suben la renta, pero no me mantienen el apartamento. Desde que yo vivo allí no tengo no me han mantenido ni una vez el apartamento. Me llené de chinches, entonces puse el reporte y las personas duraron 15 días para ir a ver eso. Mientras ese tiempo, yo tuve que comprar muchas hierbas líquidos para curarlas yo, porque, porque ya no dormía, entonces me retiré de la cama. El niño dormía allí, el niño chiquito.
I had a problem. I pay $1,350 for rent. And even though with these rent increases, I have never had any maintenance done in the apartment, despite my effort. Because of this lack of maintenance, we were invaded by bed bugs. And it's been, I reported it immediately, and it took 15 days before they even responded. And I had to get all kinds of herbs and liquids to try to deal with this. My little boy couldn't sleep in the bed anymore. Proceda, señora.
Y cuando ya ellos me hablaron para atrás y me dijeron que si todavía tenía los animales, y yo les dije que sí, que ellos no habían ido a hacer nada, que la que estaba haciendo era yo. Entonces me dijeron que en 3 días iban a mandar una persona para que echara líquido, pero para entonces yo ya había tirado la cama. Esa cama que yo tiré era la del niño y yo ni siquiera la he pagado porque la saqué en una mueblera. Y lo único que ellos me dijeron es que si todavía tenía los animales y que era mi problema porque allí no había tipo de animales, que yo lo había traído y la cama era nueva. Entonces, en lo que ellos me dijeron, el muchacho de la oficina me dijo que lo único que ellos me recomendaban era que me dejaban ir, que yo me fuera de allí. Y yo le dije que no, porque no tenía un lugar a donde irme. Yo soy mamá soltera y tengo un niño chiquito de 10 años. Yo le dije que no, que yo no me podía ir.
So when they eventually called me back, they had never shown up to do anything about the infestation. When they eventually called back, they asked me if I still had a problem with the bugs. I told them that despite my efforts, yes, I still did. And they said they were gonna send somebody to solve the problem and spray in 3 days. By the time they did this, I had already had to throw away my kid's bed. This was a brand new bed that I'm still paying for. That I had to throw away because it was because of the infestation and their unwillingness to do anything. If they told me they still didn't show up, and when I talked to them again and I explained to them that I had to throw away a brand new bed, they told me that was my problem, that there wasn't, that this infestation had taken place because of it was my fault, and that the best thing I could do was to leave. I told them that I wasn't going to leave, that I couldn't leave, that I'm the sole support for my 10-year-old, and that we need this place to live. Proceda, señora.
Y la muchacha tampoco me lo creyó, me pidió que le llevara pruebas de chinchis y yo las agarré en una bolsa para llevárselas y ella, porque no me lo creía. Entonces, la persona que llegó, que mandaron para echar los líquidos, se regresó y no hizo nada porque dijo que yo estaba más preparada que ellos y que no había nada, cuando yo ya había tirado todo lo del cuarto y me había quedado sin cama. Entonces, también me desvelaba mucho en las noches porque ya estaba asustada yo y no dormía mucho porque estaba muy tensa, porque yo sentía que me picaban. Iba al trabajo muy desvelada, duré una semana, o sea, desvelada y estresada.
The people at the office, including this girl, they kept telling me that they didn't believe me about the infestation, that I had to show them proof. So I did. I collected the bugs in a bag, and I went and showed them. And the person that showed up to deal with the problem came in, looked around, and left, and said that I had done a great job and that I was better prepared than they were to deal with the problem. And meanwhile, I kept explaining that not only was I still dealing with the problem, but I that I had to throw away basically everything that was in the bedroom, including the new bed. And the other way that this has affected me is the fact that I can't sleep. I wake up very often terrified that the bugs are affecting us again, and this has an impact in my job because I show up and I have had no sleep or little sleep, and I have to perform at work.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Mayor Pro
Gracias,
Tem.
señora. Agradecemos su tiempo esta noche, vicealcalde Pro Tem.
Oh, dígale que gracias a todos.
I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Gracias, I wanted to thank you as well. And like I said, it's just another prime example of what's going on in the city, and it's unfortunate that no one should have to live in these conditions that everyone's reporting, and it seems like they're constantly reminding everyone that Commerce City's more worried about building houses and new houses instead of focusing on our current residents. So I hope, like I said, stressing again, this is horrible to hear these things. I've been at that facility also at Village Crest, and no one should have to live like this. And I think the city staff, once again, needs to do something about this to help assist us. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I've served on this council for a long time over the years, and I cannot remember a council meeting that was this depressing in the 20-some years that I've worked for the city. in some capacity or another. It's very disheartening to see residents come in with these situations. And I think it's important that we're fair to these folks that have come in. I truly believe our staff needs to dig into this and see what we can and can't do. But I also don't want to give them false hope when it comes to what these rents are, what we can do for the rents. It has to be looked into, and we can come back with some factual numbers. But this is Chaffa controlled, and we need to do what we can. When it comes to bed bugs and parking issues and parking lots and those kind of things, we need to be able to deal with that. When I was young, growing up in Commerce City, we had Holly Park Apartments. It was similar to what I'm hearing today when I was a kid. And what happens is you have these big corporations come in, purchase these properties, and they're absentee landlords, and it's very, very hard to get them back into control once they get out of control. I'm glad to see Mercy Housing has helped. I'm compassionate for our residents that are homeless, but there's also a bigger issue. There's a lot of people that are criminals. There are a lot of our residents that are scared because of some of these people that are in our community. Some of these encampments have caused concerns recently. We've got to be able to sort through, help those that need and want the help, and be able to limit some of the nefarious activities that go on in our community because of others that are taking advantage of the opportunity. I listened tonight where the one lady said, we have people panhandling in the medians. Trust me, this council and the council before, we've done everything we can to stop people from being in these medians in unsafe areas and trying to panhandle our residents. However, there are laws in the state of Colorado that prohibit this city from being able to stop some of that activity. I would love to say we could make a law right now and stop that from happening. But the drugs, the crime, the cost of housing, the homeless encampments are doing nothing but getting worse. And we have to have help from the state of Colorado and the federal government to address some of these issues. It's not local in nature, and we are limited on what we can and can't do. I'm willing to work with all of our representatives, our legislature here in the state, but we have to have our staff start focusing on programs where we need to attack the issue from. I would, for everybody that came tonight that is living in these situations or have situations that are uncomfortable right now, with whether it be the cost of housing, whether it be bad landlords, there's very limited things that a municipality can do. We have to have state and federal help, and I will advocate for that help when we deal with our National League of Cities and we go back and meet with Congress and our representatives in Washington. But I don't want to give the residents that came tonight false hope that we can fix all these problems, because most of the problems that I heard tonight are not local municipality issues. They are statewide or nationwide issues. And yeah, I'm on board. I want to fix some of those problems. But we keep creating more and more of those problems as time goes on. And so whatever I can do in my official capacity, I'm willing to do. But we have to start looking at the bigger picture of where we're going as a state and as a nation. Thank you all for who have come in tonight to talk about your concerns, and it saddens me that you're going through that in my community.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that it was mentioned that the pandemic had caused a skipped year, and so the rent was charged twice the following year. I think that's something that would be important for us to look into. I am also concerned that we're not fulfilling our role as advocates with some of these agencies and that we're being more reactive or not taking enough initiative. And I hope that we can do so. And I'm wondering about our lobbyists and the state lobbyist and the federal lobbyist, what they're doing to help, and how informed do they keep the city on a weekly basis of opportunities for us to apply for funds or take advantage of some of these new funds that have come through? That's a question for someone now, if anyone has an answer. How often are we in contact with the lobbyists?
So, Councilmember Noble, we actually receive an email on a weekly basis of opportunities, funding opportunities from the federal government across a number of different initiatives. I can't say that we have specifically looked into what's been available with them, but as we were listening to this conversation, we were having a brief conversation that it may behoove us to bring our lobbyists before our council to have this conversation about how they can help with either it being landlord-tenant rights at the state, federal level, and also looking at some of the things that, or positions that they may be hearing from the state legislature or the federal government pertaining around rent control and these other issues so that we can take an early position.
I think that would be worthwhile. As I recall, the budget showed that their contracts added up to around $650,000 a year. I would like to see more effort on their parts for that kind of money. We could certainly put that money elsewhere if we're not seeing success with that. I am as disturbed as Councilmember Ford is, and I think we all are. This has probably been, for me, one of the most important council communications that I've sat through in the last 3 years, and it's indicative of a lot of things that we have to look at. I guess Mr. Rogers, you might ask Mr. Tolbert, he mentioned that our well-being person for families and seniors had been hired finally, and will that person be in a position to be of individual help? Because I believe that was our intention when we put that position in last year's budget. We're finally happily seeing someone in that role, apparently.
We actually have hired the division manager, and we've got the 2 case managers we've got to fill, but we've got good prospects there. Sarah Notman has actually been promoted to the manager of the division, so she'll be overseeing both the homeless and the seniors and families and children. So her official first day is Monday of next week, and she'll hit the ground running with that. She'll be doing both of them for a while.
Okay, so for anyone who's listening, of course, or who is here with us in the chambers, we are looking at the issues of homelessness and so forth regarding the ARPA money that we got from the federal government last year. That's $10 million. And if it requires shifting some of the funds around in terms of the way that the staff is envisioning how we're going to use that money, then we will simply have to do that, because these are all important issues that need to be taken care of. I do agree, of course, that this is a national problem, a regional problem, and can't be solved in Commerce City alone. But if we do nothing, then we are of no use as a municipal government.
Mr. Hayter.
Councilmember Noble, you had pointed out concerns, and obviously it was a red flag to me when I heard the testimony or the comments from, I believe it was more than one person, about the rents being raised more than one time in a 12-month period. And that is something that is expressly illegal under state law. And it is also something that as Councilmember Ford pointed out, isn't a municipal enforcement issue. It's actually something that's delegated to the Attorney General for the state of Colorado. But I think this is an example of what we see, where people that are taken advantage of you know, and in hopes that complaints are not filed. But, you know, that is just one of the things that we could potentially do, you know, with policy direction is to do some sort of educational program to help steer people to the right resources. And while a lot of what I've heard tonight is very concerning on a human level, as the lawyer, I sit here and I'm concerned about the limited ability that we have under our current laws to be able to do anything about some of this stuff. But it is a concern that I know is staff's not comfortable and doesn't like hearing these things about this happening in our city as well.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. So is it possible at a municipal level that we can create an ordinance that would enforce some kind of rent control? Or is that not possible?
So I'll take the lead and then Matt will pull up the rear. Yes, we have the ability to create a rent control program. Now, there's a policy discussion behind that because it does require the city to drastically look at how you provide housing within its municipal boundaries in a very different way. And I'll give a couple of examples, and we can make sure that we can get this document out to the city council. But with HB 2021-1117, which allows for the enactment of a rent control program, it has a list of stipulations in which the municipality must have in place before taking any action with that type of program. So, for example, a city would have to adopt changes to its zoning and land use policies that are intended to increase the overall density and availability of housing. So allowing the increased number of housing units on a particular site, or changing the way of having more than one dwelling unit on a traditional single-family detached lot. That's just one of I would say, a list of 9 sub-criteria, but not including all of what you can do. It also looks at eliminating utility charges and regulatory fees and taxes imposed by local government on affordable housing, granting affordable housing developments to materially regulate relief for any type of zoning or land use development regulation that would ordinarily restrict density on new development. So once again, there's a tool of being able to apply it. However, there's the policy decision that has to be made about how you look at density, development, growth going forward in order to accommodate that.
So in other words, they make it very difficult to be able to help people stay out of homelessness and to make that tough decision. Do I pay the rent, or do I buy food for my kid, or do I buy a new bed to replace the one that got infested with bed bugs that wasn't even paid for to begin with before having to be thrown out? These are difficult problems that our constituents are facing, and whether we have the ability to do something about it on the municipal level, we still have to be proactive in trying to make changes somehow, because our people are suffering. And it's obvious after seeing this wave of people come in tonight. Again, the things that you read off to me sounded like bureaucratic BS. I think it's wrong. And we got to make some wrong things right somehow.
So if I may. The one thing I would suggest, ma'am, in council, we have an upcoming study session on October 10th. That's right around the corner. And I think we've heard that there needs to be a policy and or program discussion with our council as to how we want to approach that. Now, I think if there is a direction for us to add something to that agenda, then our staff will do so and respond so that you all can have an informed discussion and be able to give us direction. Not saying it's insurmountable. There's process. We have to work through it. But I think that's part of our charge that we've heard tonight is to try to find a path forward. We're more than willing to have that conversation if you all want to on the October 10th deadline or date, excuse me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. In closing, just to conclude this, I believe on June 15th, 2022, Denver City Council came up with a fair housing, fair rent percentage. So I don't understand, like I said, if I know you said in October, but it seems like the majority of the council and the mayor, we don't understand why can't something like this be done similar in Commerce City? And, you know, if I feel I may even have to make a motion later on that this is looked into further. So can we also get a copy of how Denver drafted this set income rate? And then they're also they have a new policy ordinance holding landlords accountable for being slumlords.
If you may, ma'am, can you just repeat what that ordinance is once again?
Yeah, it's, let's see here. It is if staff is following this, I don't understand why you guys don't know what it is anyways, but it was on June 15th, and it's the income limits for the city and county of Denver, and this was through the Housing Authority, and they passed it. And it was the 2022 income limits and rent limits that they passed.
Obviously, we'll have to look into that, ma'am. It may be their form of addressing HB 21-1117, but that's something that we'll have to investigate and to see how they came about with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up will be Jim Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your time tonight. Jim Hayes, Vice President of Land for Oakwood Homes, 4908 Tower Road in Denver. Thank you, Mr. Gibson, for getting me on the agenda tonight. A little confusion. I had signed up for an item that was supposed to be on the agenda on Friday and then noticed today that it was actually removed. So I actually had two items I wanted to talk about tonight. The first one was actually Resolution 2022-88, which was the conveyance of property from Fullenwider Incorporated to the city regarding Village 10 in Reunion. It has been removed from the agenda tonight, and I'm not the principal that would be dedicating the property, but I have been working with the school district as well as the city staff to make sure this property gets dedicated. And I was not really made aware as to why it was taken off the agenda tonight. Although the city doesn't have funding for the regional park that is related to this property, the school district does have funding for the high school. And they really want this site dedicated. Worked very closely with the Fullenwider family to prepare the deed. It was provided to Mr. Tolbert. He gave me a green light on Wednesday that it was going to be on the agenda tonight. So a little frustrated that that didn't happen tonight. Second thing that's not on the agenda is the Chambers Road Intergovernmental Agreement. And although I do not sit on the board of the Reunion Metro District, I've been working very closely with the engineers and the attorneys to advocate for this project. Specifically, earlier this year, the City Council did authorize funding of a portion of that project through the 2K dollars, and the staff requested that the Reunion Metro District initiate design. That design has started to the tune of $300,000 in good faith that an IGA would be reached at some point here in the future. The final version of the IGA was actually provided to the Public Works Department on June 16th. We are still to receive any formal comments back from the city attorney's office. I've been told that it was supposed to go July 18th, supposed to go August 15th, and then it was supposed to be on the agenda tonight. So at this point, you know, we have ceased all design. I should say the Reunion Metro District has ceased all design on this until we can get this agreement worked out. And I really just want to ask the City Council a question that if you authorized the funding and directed the staff to proceed, Why is the staff holding this up at this point, not even providing any comments back to the Reunion Metro District after 90 days? This is holding up a very important project for the residents of Commerce City as well as the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayter, would you like to address why it is that the land deed was removed from the agenda?
Sure. At this time, the deed was removed from the agenda because the grantor tried to reserve rights, specifically water rights, that had already previously been severed. So they were basically creating a cloud on the record or the chain of title there because they're trying to reserve something they don't even longer had. So the deed's going to need to be corrected for at least that issue. I don't know if there were other potential issues to be addressed, but I know that one stood out. We had to look into what they were trying to do and initially why they were trying to reserve the water. And we basically discovered that they don't have any water to reserve. So the draft they provided just isn't workable.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And Mr. Rogers, would you like to respond as to what the status is on the Chambers project?
So staff has been actively working on the agreement as stated by the speaker. However, we have found certain stipulations within that agreement that, quite frankly, the organization has a reason to raise certain concerns and/or conversation with our council as it relates to certain risk that would have to be assumed. So as we continue to have those internal discussions, ultimately to bring those to our council, it was not appropriate to have that item on the agenda, given that you all have not had a chance to be able to understand what those potential risks and/or concerns are. So we are trying to be prudent in that approach.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We are on the clock, though, as the funding for this was done through those Cinderella bonds, correct?
That is correct. As it's stated within the bonds, we have to spend down 85% of that within 3 years.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hayes? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this
Thank you
evening.
for your time.
Next up is going to be Dennis Davenport.
Mayor Huseman, Mr. Davenport signed up for the paid family leave, which requires a separate public comment section for the rules and regulations for the family program, I believe.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Davenport, I'm going to have to ask you to sit down and wait till later.
No problem.
Next up will be Barb Kirkmeyer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Barbara Kirkmeyer. I live at 6100 County Road 4, Brighton, Colorado. I'm here tonight not in my capacity as a state senator, but as a candidate for Congress in the new Congressional District 8, which Commerce City is a part of. In fact, you're the third largest municipality within that district. I've been to your municipality a few times, the parade, your events in the park, your 70th anniversary, and I thought it would be a great idea to come and actually introduce myself to all of the council members at one of your council meetings. I've been doing this with the 22 towns that are and municipalities that are within Congressional District 8, because as a former county commissioner, I do know that this is where the action is. This is where the rubber meets the road, and after sitting here for the last 2.5 hours, man, you've got a tough job. I thought being a county commissioner was tough. I've reframed it. I'm thinking being a municipal leader is probably a heck of a lot more tougher. And there were a lot of comments that came up. As a county commissioner, I want you to know that I did have a great working relationship with the 32 municipalities that were within Weld County. And I hope that if I'm honored to serve as your next congresswoman, I would love to have a great working relationship with the 22 municipalities that are within the congressional district. That's my normal spiel. But after hearing what was going on tonight, a couple of suggestions and also a comment about how if I'm honored to serve as your next congresswoman, that I'd be more than happy to work with you on issues, not just like transportation, public safety, but also on affordable housing and the Section H program, which is a federal program that maybe there needs to be some changes or improvements to address some of the things that we heard tonight. But Councilwoman Noble, you're exactly right. Tri-County Health needs to be invited to your next, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just going to give you some suggestions here. But Tri-County Health should be invited to the meeting that you're going to have with CHAFA to discuss what's going on in your affordable housing projects. The bed bug problem is an issue that they should be taking care of and that they should have been contacted on. And if they're finding it, I mean, if bed bugs are in one section of the housing area, you can bet that they're probably going to be in some other housing area. Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up which department. It is the Division of Housing in the Department of Local Affairs that sets the rent does the rent market surveys, and also has a Section 8 housing vouchers. And I would suggest very highly that you include them at your meeting, because the Division of Housing works very closely with CHAFA on a lot of projects. And I don't know if they're involved in these projects here in Commerce City, but they would be a very good resource, and also might be able to help leverage some ideas and do some different things working with CHAFA, because they have a very strong relationship. So I don't know if there are deed restrictions with regard to rent control, with regard to your housing, but the Division of Housing might be able to help you, walk you through some of those things. It's not like they haven't seen some of these issues in the past, and would be able to give you at least some of the experience that they know. And again, they're a resource that's at your fingertips that you should take advantage of. So just a couple of suggestions. So with that, again, I left my card with the deputy clerk. It has my personal cell phone number on it. I hope to, again, if I'm honored to be your Congresswoman, to have opened up the line of communications with you. And again, would be more than happy to work with your municipality on any issue that you want to come up with, but or that is coming up within your municipality. You'd be able to contact me directly and make sure that we all are working together to try and solve these issues that are facing all of our constituents. So thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and the opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much, Senator Kirkmeyer. Appreciate it. And last I saw you was at AC Rep meeting, so I appreciate you being here and for your ideas. A question I didn't get to ask, though, was we certainly do municipal elections, and our city clerk's office runs those elections. We run those through the Adams County office as well. Where do you stand on voter fraud and issues like that in Colorado?
So if you're asking me with regard to the election, is Joe Biden our legitimate president? I've answered that question before and stated that yes, that I think that the elections that were held, I know as being a former county commissioner working with our clerk, that the process that has gone through is very sound here in this state, at least for certain in Weld County, because I've been involved in that process and understand what has come forward. So I believe that our elections are legitimate. Are there always room for improvement, especially in coordinated, elections? Yes. Can we look at having additional judges, look at other things with regard to elections? I think, I know the clerk in Weld County, and I think clerks throughout the state have been open to any suggestions on how can we bring back the trust, because I think there's been some lost trust, just based on comments that are made, not necessarily because there's been issues with the elections, but just based on comments. And I think we need to work on that trust.
Thank you for your forthrightness.
Sure.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, Ms. Kirkmeyer, I just wanted to thank you for coming in tonight. It's important, this is a nonpartisan board, and it's important for our community to know the people that are running for seats that can take and have an effect on some of the issues that you heard tonight are coming and paying attention to what's going on locally. So I appreciate you being here and at some of our events. I hope you continue to stay engaged with our community. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and were included in the packet. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We're going to take a 9-minute recess. We're going to move on to proclamations. The first proclamation is Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas 1,312 Coloradans died by suicide in 2020, and the U.S. had one death by suicide about every 11 minutes in 2020, and for people aged 10 to 34 years, suicide is the leading cause of death. And whereas each and every suicide directly impacts many people, including family, friends, coworkers, neighbors, and community members, and whereas local and national partners serve on the front lines of a war that many still refuse to discuss, as stigma regarding suicide and mental health issues is far too prevalent, and whereas 988 is a 3-digit nationwide phone number to connect you to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. By calling or texting 988, you'll connect with a mental health professional with 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Veterans can press 1 after dialing 988 to connect directly with the Veterans Crisis Lifeline, which serves many of our nation's veterans, service members, National Guard and Reserve members, and those who support them. For text, veterans should continue to text the Veterans Crisis Lifeline short code 838-255. And whereas September is known globally as Suicide Prevention Month, created by Chicago-based organization Hope for the Day, with the goal being to magnify the conversation about the importance of mental health resources and the impact of suicide to help destigmatize the conversation and connect people with the support they need. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Commerce City recognizes the month of September 2022 as Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month, and encourages all residents to take the time to understand the importance of mental health education and recognize our role in taking care of our own mental health.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Ford.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to the Good Neighbor Day proclamation. I'll invite the city clerk to once again read the proclamation.
Whereas understanding, love, and respect build cohesive families and communities, and whereas this sense of community is nurtured from numerous relationships between its varied neighbors, and whereas even the smallest act of kindness towards a neighbor helps establish a foundation for a stronger and more caring community, and whereas the City of Commerce City recognizes the importance of raising awareness that good neighbors help achieve human understanding and build strong and thriving communities, and whereas all of us as neighbors have an opportunity to act by being caring neighbors who create relationships through positive influence and who can make good times better and the hard times easier to bear. And whereas President Jimmy Carter proclaimed this national day in 1978, and the United States government has designated September 28th of each year as National Good Neighbor Day. Now therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that the City Council of Commerce City declares September 28th as Good Neighbor Day. Furthermore, we encourage the residents of the city to make a special effort on this day to get to know and appreciate their neighbors.
Thanks, sir. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Ford.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second declaring September 28th as Good Neighbor Day in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. If council could please join me down front with staff to take a photo with the proclamation. Come on, we got more staff members than this. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. That includes you, Mr. Robinson. Come on. Let's go. Everybody.
Proclamation picture.
Proclamation, Good Neighbor Day.
I believe your staff too, man. Stand behind Chase.
Mr. Rogers, you can stand in my seat. Hey, Parks and Rec, let's go. Photo time.
John, yes, just a little.
Say cheese.
What kind of cheese? Brie, Camembert, mozzarella. Yeah, there you go.
That's a good-looking group.
Oh, we got to get Councilmember Hurst. One more.
Let's just pretend.
All right, good job. Thanks, everybody.
We will. Thank you.
I'm getting ready to read this.
All right, one more. Mr. Gibson, if you'd be so kind to read the Childhood Cancer Awareness Week proclamation, please.
Yes, sir. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people every year. An estimated 400,000 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer globally each year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. And whereas founded nearly 30 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children Incorporated, Kids Cancer Connection Incorporated, and Lions Club International are dedicated to helping these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provides a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Children's Hospital Colorado in Aurora, Rocky Mountain Hospital for Children in Denver, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsor toy distributions, pet-assisted therapy, family sailing programs, Laughternoon, Laughter is Healing, KCC Supercar Experience, Positive Appearance Services, educational programs, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin A. Huseman, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, declares the week of September 25th through October 1st as Childhood Cancer Awareness Week.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem?
Like to make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Ford?
I'll second that motion.
Have a motion and a second approving the proclamation declaring Childhood Cancer Awareness Week in the City of Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. Next up, we're going to move on to presentations. First will be the Environmental Planning Policy and Oil and Gas Monthly Update. We'll invite Dr. Russo, Environmental Specialist Planner Extraordinaire, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, mayor, city leadership. I am going to go through this very quickly, and it's a lot of positive news, so that'll be good after those initial hours. So our first one is about the internal focused environmental updates. And so our sustainability team has been meeting. At our last meeting, we really tried to assess current practices and potential sustainability practices across different departments within the city. EPAC continues to meet. We've been meeting over the past 6 months. The EPAC members have come up with 124 different strategies related to all these different sectors that are listed up: education, energy, conservation, fuel and transportation. At last week's meeting, we did a ranking, so now we have 4 or 5 top priorities within all these categories. Several of the EPAC members are very interested in becoming a permanent committee, and so I just wanted to plant that seed tonight. And then Lotus and I are also working on community engagement about these strategies. So if you're not aware, there is a survey that we launched about 2 months ago. It's on the city's website. There's also a QR code. If you could encourage your constituents to take the survey, that would be great. We've had over 100 responses. As you can imagine, some of the top ones are about air quality and water quality, but the other two that were a little bit surprising are healthy food access and then proximity to industrial or toxic sites. Oops. And a few other things about the community engagement. So in addition to the survey, we're also going to host a business breakfast meeting. We've started to receive RSVPs. There's an invitation again on the back table. We're going to do a community event over the next 2 weeks and then have an event for staff to weigh in on these strategies as well. And then all the strategies will go into a sustainability report that was part of Lotus's contract, and we'll present that in November. So on the line of sustainability reports, Suncor just put out their 27th sustainability report. They're working on some innovative projects. I'm going to meet with their vice president this week, and they're going to give me a tour of the facility, and we're going to talk about maybe some common projects we can work on together, as well as the exceedances. So in your packet and on the city website, I know this is always hard to see, but there was, in this last reporting period, 5 incidents. None of them triggered the community monitors. And again, every month I'm going and putting this on our city website because I've heard some people say it's difficult to find it on Suncor's. And they had no water violations. Still on the topic of Suncor, and not just Suncor, but also Sinclair and Phillips. So as you know, last year there was the air toxic bill. Suncor presented their plan, gave it to the CDPHE. Several of the EPAC members submitted comments, and based on some of those comments, that the state has redirected Suncor to include some additional monitoring requirements. And so I think this is a really positive step for community health. So part of it was if you're not familiar with all the 2 different categories, so there's criterion pollutants and there's hazardous air pollutants, and there's like 189 HAPs, they're called. And initially, they were going to just report on and monitor 3 of them, and now they've added 11 more compounds. They're also adding additional monitoring sites along Brighton Avenue. They're going to, Suncor is going to be required to monitor more frequently. And then also, they changed the thresholds for when the community would be notified. So the 2 tiers for notification is there's an emergency level that will go out to all the community members, and community members can opt out. And then there'll be another optional level. So if you have someone within your family or you yourself have a respiratory issue, you can opt in for this additional monitoring and alerts. And then switching gears a little bit to legislative updates, there's a lot of funding coming from the federal and state government, and so I have started to track all these new, the infrastructure bill and the reauthorization and the IRA bill, and there'll be a lot of opportunities for the city once we have our climate plan. So one of the eligibilities for these new programs is having a climate plan, which should be completed in November. So two of the new ones are, one is about vulnerability, so that could cover things like heat stress and cooling centers, and then the second one is all about impact development, low impact development, so things like green infrastructure, tree planting. And so we're already working on LID, the low impact development, but this will allow for additional funding. And then some other areas that we will be eligible for are their EV infrastructure. There's a healthy street set aside. So healthy streets is talking about sidewalks, protected bike lanes, connectivity within your community. Reconnecting communities is a really interesting set aside. It's for communities that have been separated by a major highway, so 270 or 470. There's funding to look at that and maybe try to realign some transportation or trails. And then the next one is Vision Zero, so that's all about zero waste and energy efficiency in buildings. And then the last one are funding for infrastructure. So they're all different areas of infrastructure, but the RAISE one has a set aside for equity and sustainability within impacted communities. So those will all be applicable to Commerce City. And then switching gears again, the oil and gas update. So we are in our final review of 5 applications. It's in the city attorney's office, and we're hoping to get out inactive and active letters this week. And that is my presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your presentations. Anybody on council have any questions for Dr. Russo? Anyone? Anyone? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I guess you were in the queue didn't show up. On the survey link, has there been any social media about the survey?
Yeah, so it's on our website and then on our Facebook and Twitter. So the communication department
Did send that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll track that down so I can share it with folks. Regarding collaboration with Suncor, I would advise against collaborating with Suncor on air monitoring. There is definitely a trust issue in this community regarding Suncor. So anything that results in numbers would not be something that I could see the community supporting, and I certainly wouldn't support it personally.
No, so the projects that I thought were intriguing is they've done a lot of work on EV infrastructure, and they're doing work on wind power, and so it's not on the regulatory end of it. It's really more on the clean energy and fleet transition.
Okay, that would be good. That's fine. Reconnecting communities, I would think that Divided by the Arsenal might qualify for reconnecting communities. On the oil and gas update, could I ask you not to use a photo of a pump jack? Pump jacks are not what we will be seeing in this community if there are any of these sites approved. They don't look like that. That's old, that's, either way out in the hinterlands or old style.
Okay.
Also, so are you saying that pelican, owl, falcon, blue jay, heron, and then added to the list on August 1st was condor? Are you saying that all of those wells, all of those sites, which total 122 wells, are they active or inactive, their applications?
So my initial review is, and again, it's going to have a second set of eyes, is the only active sites are the Pelican and Blue Jay.
Okay, because they have done some sort of activity with the city in order to keep those active.
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Hayter, does our ROA have a time limit on these when they have to start anew?
when you say when they have to start anew, do you mean by the applications?
The applications, they would have to resubmit, which would then make them fall under the regulations that we passed in 2021.
So,
Or
under the
20.
Land Development Code, an inactive application, basically, we give notice to the applicant that something hasn't been enacted and that we've been waiting for a certain number of days for something, they've not met that. And then if they don't comply within a certain number of days, then that application is deemed withdrawn. If it gets to the point with these applications, then once withdrawn, they would have to reapply. And that would be a new application, and that would be handled under the current regulations within the Land Development Code, as opposed, because that is what is in effect at the time of the application. That's both consistent with the ROA and consistent with the law.
Then what is that amount of time?
My recollection, and I have to look at this section of the Land Development Code, but I think we sent out a letter if they haven't taken action within 60 days, and
Yeah.
then it's 30 days to respond, or 90. Is it 30? I'd have to look at that section, but it's one or the other. And then if we don't have to postpone it, then we deem the application as withdrawn. And I can look that date up right now.
All right, and I think we need to go back further than that. I have gone through all of the city manager updates, which include all of the oil and gas reports. And I could give you more dates, but as of January 4th, 2021, there were no changes as in no activity. As of January 22nd, 2022, there were no changes as in no activity. So it has been well over a year. It'll be 2 years in January of 2023 that they have done anything with these sites. So I would say that they are withdrawn, according to our land use code.
So the way the code, they have to be put on notice. So if they didn't get a notice, then that clock did not start running. So what we're looking at is sections 21-3170, which states that if they fail to submit that information within 60 days of the request. Let me see, 1 second here. So after the notice, they have 60 days to respond. And then we can we give them another notice that says if they don't respond within 30 days, it becomes withdrawn. So, but they have to receive that first notice with time that gives them 60 days to cure their inactivity.
So that means we didn't do it. We have let this float for nearly 2 years when they could have been withdrawn, when they could have been considered withdrawn. Because a ball was dropped someplace.
That's a question for staff.
Are you, okay, you're different because you're city attorney. So, okay, so staff, tell me how this happened, that applications that have been sitting out there, the first applications I will never forget, began coming in September of 2019. So I would expect that this has actually been going on for almost 3 years with not a whole lot going on. But most certainly there has been no change since January 4th of 2021, according to the city manager's weekly updates.
Yes, so the last letter, the comment letter from city staff was 7/12/2021.
I could address that. Thank you. I started looking at this several months ago because questions had been raised. I think that there has been inconsistent follow-up in the letters that were written. There have been, as Mr. Hayter said, there are the letters that have to go out that say you're inactive and you've got X number of days to get a refile. That was done. They refiled. I've had my staff going back and go through to see if that refiling actually met the requirements for refiling. It was nothing in the files that I can find after that. In order to get it done correctly, I've got inactive letters ready to go now so that we start creating the file to get them withdrawn. They have said to Rosemarie that they intend to withdraw when their others are approved, but we're saying, no, we're going to follow the process we have, and we're going to send you the inactive letter and then send you the withdrawal letter. But when Mr. Hayter and I went over it the last time, we didn't feel like there had been too many gaps and there wasn't enough consistency in the file that we needed to get those letters out and try to, start over again and make sure we had all our ducks in a row.
I appreciate you working on that, Mr. Tolbert. And I cannot begin to express my disappointment that this ball was dropped previously. We have regulations that we put in place that would be more protective of our residents' health and safety than what previously existed or was in the ROA or in the best management practices. So for us to have potentially lost the opportunity to put these sites under highest and best regulations is mind-boggling to me. But I appreciate that you're doing it, and I hope the letter goes out tomorrow, if it hasn't gone out already. I mean, because I'm speechless.
The hope is they will go out this week. Mr. Hayter and I have a meeting on Wednesday so we can go over, that's one of the agenda items, is to make sure that the letter is solid and we won't have any repercussions.
Councilmember Douglas.
Absolutely concur with Councilmember Noble. I would maybe expedite that meeting and get it done as quickly as possible, although we really do appreciate your attention to this, Mr. Tolbert. I had questions about the oil and gas applications, but I think they were answered, although I do plan to go back and revisit this video so I can get a better understanding of exactly what is going on. Because first and foremost, my obligation is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our constituents. Also on the COGCC oil and gas update, right now they are working on cumulative impacts. And so that is a really important piece of what's going on here. It's something that they've never addressed before. They've only looked at what comes out of individual wells. They don't look at how it adds up and why we see the pollution that we see when I look down my little hill in Commerce City looking west. And rather than having a picture of pump jacks, maybe having a picture of a floor camera to show that what is actually there, you cannot see what's coming off of the tanks and the wells. So that would probably be a better choice for a picture to give people a little bit more accurate view of what's happening, and maybe a little bit more of an in-depth review of what's happening at the COGCC right now, because that's something that I keep up to date with constantly. I'm on a lot of calls about that, so I know what's going on at the COGCC. I used to go to all of their meetings, I used to testify at them, and I haven't had time to do that as much, but I do know that that's what they're working on. I feel that's a really important thing. The other thing that I noticed on the Suncor operation sheet, looks like they go to all the ports. So they come down out of Canada, but they make sure that they go to our East Coast, West Coast, and down into our Gulf. So to me, this tells me that they are producing for exporting and not necessarily for the patriotic production that they try to say that that's why they're doing what they're doing. So I thought that was very interesting. And I see the lines, but I see Denver going down from there. So are the lines representing pipelines?
Yeah.
All right, so there is no pipeline. What I understand is there are 50 miles left to complete that pipeline one. Would that go into our refinery?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. All
But
right.
I could find out on Thursday when I have my
Okay.
meeting.
All right. All right, very good. Well, thank you so much, and thanks for sticking around for the presentation. I know this has been a long evening for you. So thank you for doing what you do and working with the EPAC people. And I especially want to commend you on your community outreach. I think that is fantastic. So thank you for providing the QR code. I look forward to encouraging people to use that and to participate. So thank you for all of the really good work you're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dare.
I have a question about the notices that are going to go out. Just because the notice is going out doesn't mean that those permits are withdrawn, right? So what would the application holder have to do to keep those from being withdrawn?
So as Matt mentioned, it's just notifying them that they're entering an inactive status, so they have a certain amount of days to respond. But as was mentioned earlier, Civitas has verbally expressed an interest to withdraw all the applications other than Blue Jay and Pelican.
And you think that that's something that will happen in this process once we send the notice out, or? Because verbal and written are,
Two different things.
yeah.
I'm not sure. I think so. But I wouldn't bet my son's life on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your time this evening, ma'am. Next up, Homeless Services and ARPA Project Update. Mr. Robinson, Management Analyst, please come forward and give the presentation.
Yes, sir, we're moving fast. Excellent. Well, thank you all. I appreciate your time, honorable mayor, members of council. Tonight, Sarah and I are going to do two things. Sarah's going to provide you on an update on the projects, programs, connections that she and her team are making in the community. I'm going to give an update on the ARPA Navigation Center, and then we're just looking for some consensus direction from there as far as next steps. So with that, pass it over to Sarah Nachman.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Huesman and members of council. I'm excited to be here tonight. I wanted to provide some updated numbers. The last time I came before you all was in January. So these are some notable numbers for direct services that my team member and I have been making. So as you can see, we've been doubling our services and outreach. Outreach contacts, 601 this year in 2022. We're doubling public benefit assistance. We're getting folks food stamps and Medicaid. We've also increased the SWAT vouchers administered, the motel program that we have during severe weather activation. And also we are increasing walk-in assistance at Eagle Point. A lot of folks are learning about our program and coming in and asking us for help in resource navigation. I also want to provide 2022 events and projects. Again, since January, we were speaking about launching safe parking lots in Commerce City. As of the first week of August, we have one currently up and running at Nativity Lutheran Church. And we also plan to have the second safe parking lot here at South Platte Crossing Building, the old Adams County building. We have an anticipated launch date September 30th. We had a huge donation and partnership with Access Housing for Souls for Souls. We got a big shipment of brand new shoes. So Access Housing was not only able to use it for their families in shelter, they also were able to donate some to the school district. And come the winter and the severe weather, we have a lot of boots for folks that will deter from frostbite. Also, Showers for All, our mobile showers and laundry services that we've been working on for a while. We're in final stages of approval. community presentations of focus groups. Here's just a handful of examples of folks that we've been presenting to. It's important for my team and I to get out there and be out in the community. It takes a village, so we want to let folks know what we're doing. We also want to hear their feedback as well. Most importantly is growth in staff. February to May, I was approached by a student that asked to be my intern, and we were able to make that happen. And then hired in June as community navigator assistant, which is Claudia Bustillo. So I've been lucky to have growth in staff, and I only anticipate to have more to create this division.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, we'll talk a little bit about the Navigation Center project right now. I know there's been a little bit of radio silence, so this is an update on all the stuff that staff has been working on so far. So just a reminder, under the American Rescue Plan Act, the city was allocated around $10.5 million. Summer 2021, consensus council direction was to go bid to address homelessness. From there, Sarah, myself, and a large group of staff members has been working to find the best way to use these resources to address homelessness, particularly by collaborating with Adams County and other surrounding municipalities and counties. So as just a reminder, the Navigation Center is two-part. The city is going to be heavily involved in the first part in the construction of the physical location. This will be the project. It will be a navigation center, which will have rooms for job training, counseling, and other resource navigation. Essentially, a navigation center does exactly what it sounds like it does. It helps people navigate government and community resources. There's an emphasis on unhoused individuals to some extent, but it's important to know that navigation centers are for everyone in the community, and they're catered to what the community needs at the time. Things like rent support for people at risk of homelessness, legal support for low-income individuals, specific supports for non-native English speakers, job training, soft skills resources, healthcare and addiction counseling, food banks, nutrition assistance, and veterinary services are all the different types of things that are provided. So once the facility is stood up, we have been in close contact with Adams County to provide the services and provide those wraparound services specifically to what the community needs in Commerce City. The idea behind this is that Adams County is much better suited to provide those services, whereas the city is definitely not the ideal entity to provide those human services. It minimizes our costs, but it helps achieve the maximum benefit for the community. So next steps in terms of this center, if staff or if council so chooses, staff can bring an executive session for site selection for a potential navigation center, as well as a budget ordinance to formally allocate the ARPA funds. It's important to remember that those ARPA funds have not been spent yet. We have been doing all of the legwork to make sure that we are set up for success if that is the direction the council continues to go. And from there, we can then begin architecture, design, and construction and or retrofitting of a facility. The other portion of this I really want to highlight are the collaborations. This is where we've spent a lot of our time recently. So the first one is one that we've talked about before. It's the Adams County Homelessness Municipal Working Group. This coordinates projects and services within Adams County and across all of the municipalities. This was a welcome site. It's something that staff has been participating in since mid-2021. As part of that, they have developed a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, that essentially is a non-binding MOU that says that the city is committed to working on addressing homelessness as a region. There's no formal commitment of resources or funds. It does require staff to attend monthly and quarterly meetings that we're already attending. And then we're working to provide policy recommendations to the county and any applicable municipalities on joint opportunities. That MOU is in your packet for review. We will not be voting on it tonight. If council so chooses, we can bring it back at a future meeting. The other opportunities are all grant related. So we have, there's been a lot of success working with Adams County, and from that, we have developed a kind of a network of other municipalities and counties across the metro area that are trying to accomplish similar things. So as of our count right now, there are 4 different municipalities working with their respective counties to construct navigation centers in their communities. We are working to create what we're tentatively calling a consortium of navigation centers. Essentially, it's just a network. So if the Commerce City Navigation Center provides a resource that the Westminster Navigation Center does not provide, vice versa, we'll have some way to make sure people can get to those right places. This sort of networking is really important because A, it helps minimize a lot of the negative externalities that comes from individual municipalities moving on their own to address homelessness. One of the concerns that a lot of people express when we talked to the chamber, that was something that they expressed, that creating a facility on our own is going to attract homeless people to our community. However, with all of these different municipalities working on it, Aurora included, creating this network, we're hoping to minimize that effect because we're all going to be creating these networks, and it's not necessarily going to be a specific draw to Commerce City. This also allows us to better share data, create connections, and provide the appropriate resources to specific people. There are 3 different grants that we're currently exploring, having weekly meetings to make sure that we are best equipped. We met with the state and the governor's office actually this morning to discuss further how to make sure our grant application is most successful. And right now we are just waiting on the release of the RFA, one of those, by the state so that we can start moving on that from there. So next steps from here, it would be approval of the MOU by council. We can have that on the agenda as soon as the 3rd of October. And we'll continue pursuing those grant opportunities. And down the line, once construction is underway, we'll start formalizing these collaborative agreements with Adams County and with these other entities like the Chamber of Commerce that to start programming and making sure those wraparound services are available to people at the Navigation Center upon launch. So staff is looking for your direction on a couple of different things. We're looking for some consensus direction on council's desire to move forward with the site selection for this process. And in part and parcel with that is a formalized budget ordinance so that we can start moving and utilizing under the Treasury's guidance those ARPA funds. And then whether or not we want to bring the MOU back to you, whether we want that on a normal first reading or we want to just put that on consent. So Sarah and I, as well as the rest of the staff, are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you for tonight's presentation. Had a few questions. The first one, I was curious, can you give presentations to all the boards and commissions, or did they have to request that each one separately?
Are you referring to the Navigation Center specifically?
Yes. Uh-huh.
It's something we could absolutely work with Jordan and his team to give presentations, so I don't see any problem with that.
Okay. And then when you mentioned that it says the Chambers of Commerce, is that Commerce City's Chambers of Commerce?
Yeah, so Sarah and I proactively reached out. We had a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce on June 24th. We spoke to them about the Navigation Center. We heard their concerns. A lot of their concerns were you heard to some extent tonight and have been expressed in other ways. And so we're very reassured in our communications with the Chamber leadership and as well as the presentation we heard tonight from the Chamber that they're going to be an active and really good partner for us when we start programming out the Navigation Center.
Okay. And then on the news 5 days ago, we heard that Denver, Aurora, and Adams County and Arapahoe County officials went to Houston to help address homelessness because in Houston there's more than 25,000 people experiencing homelessness were placed in permanent housing. So does staff know, or Trenton, do you know how come or Commerce City didn't go as well?
We did not go as well because the representative from Adams County that we had been working with closely is going to report back to our working group upon their return. From what we've heard from representatives in Denver and Aurora, that it was a very successful trip, and we hope that they bring a lot of lessons back that we're able to capitalize on.
Okay. And then on slide 13, it mentioned the Adams County Municipal is a working group. So if council approves this, what are they actually going to be doing for Commerce City?
Absolutely. So this is a more of a joint venture to say that we will be addressing homelessness. It is essentially signing Commerce City on to this joint effort. So when we are representing issues in front of the county commissioners, or if we have specific municipalities that request interest, the working group can bring recommendations specifically about the work that these different municipalities, ourselves included, are doing. So it's a collaborative thing. It's not necessarily something, because it's not binding, it's not something that's going to have an inherent, cost benefit type analysis to it. But it is a collaboration that has been ongoing since summer 2021 that is just being formalized as MOU.
Because the way it looks now, it appears in my opinion that all the funding is going mostly to the county, but we don't know, it seems like specifically what it's going to do for Commerce City. And then also in the MOU report, it says there are 483 individuals experiencing homelessness. How many of them are in Commerce City?
So to both of your questions, great questions. First, there is no financial component to the MOU. Any of the referred funds in the MOU are purely for edification. It's not anything. We're not bound to commit any sort of funds or resources to Adams County, other than the time that we're already giving to them for these meetings. And Sarah may be able to speak on this further, but in terms of addressing the number of homeless individuals in Commerce City, we do believe that the county counts are a better representation of the issue, purely because unhoused individuals don't generally follow city boundaries, municipal boundaries, in where they're looking for resources or where they're interacting with people. So Sarah on a daily basis is interacting with people who have been in Commerce City, but who have also been in Aurora and been in Denver and been in Brighton. And so, those numbers are something that we can definitely provide, but I wouldn't attest to how representative that is of the actual issue in Commerce City.
Okay, and then another curious question. How come in the MOU report, Denver isn't included if Commerce City sits on the border of Denver? Or should there be a separate MOU with Denver and Commerce City?
So that is something that staff and Adams County specifically have been working on. As of right now, Denver has a lot of their own resources that they are very, very proud of, that a lot of projects that are ongoing, and so they have not responded to inquiries to participate in this specific working group. We continue to work with them. The Metro Denver Homeless Initiative we work with on a regular basis. Their representatives there, but in terms of the MOU, they're not a part of it. It's really Adams County and the included municipalities only.
Okay, because it would be nice, like I said, to reach out with Denver also and have some type of MOU, because that is an ongoing recent problem that we just had to clean up at the border of Denver and Commerce City.
Yeah, and that's something that staff is actively exploring. We're working with whether it's Jim's team in code enforcement or one of us in terms of the Navigation Center project. There is a lot of interaction we're having with the county. In terms of formalizing an MOU, we're not really sure we're at that stage yet. But if it does become necessary down the line, that's something staff will absolutely be able to pursue if that's what's going to accomplish council's goal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for tonight's presentation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Hazelman. So, my good friend is Juan Marcano from the Aurora City Council, and he was actually the one who initiated all of this, going to Houston and everything. And so he called me right away today, once I put a call out to him. I think this program in Houston is something that needs to be duplicated here, because what they have done is to make sure, rather than moving people out of camps to another camp only to see them reappear at the initial camp again a few days later, and spending a lot of money doing that. So it's kind of like chasing your tail and not seeing any results. We really have to look at something that what they're doing in Houston, and what they're doing is to make sure that they're meeting people where they are, and they're making sure that everyone is housed. So they offer everything from job training and placement to taking care of people who have mental health issues, who will never probably enter back into the job market ever, because they can't. Behavioral issues. And so what they've made is a way for everyone to have a home, which is what they deserve. And they have found out that they're saving millions of dollars instead of having camping bans and moving people around. They're making sure that they're housed. And they're finding that they can do that for 16 to 19K a year, and for the individuals. And they were finding that they were spending $90,000 for each individual to shuffle them around from camp to camp. They figure for Denver, this Denver metro area is probably going to be a little bit higher, so 23 to 24. So this can be duplicated. I would say that I don't think we should let someone else manage our money. I think that we should oversee it. We should know exactly where it's going and how it's being used. I do not agree with letting other people, handing over our money. 10 million is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And we need to have hands-on. We can't hand it over to somebody, and I'm totally against that. So, even to hand out a chunk to the people from the chambers, that is a no-no to me, in my opinion. Now, Juan, the Aurora City Council meets every Monday night, just as we do. So he can't come and give a presentation, but I can certainly set up something where you can meet with him and he can give you all of the details, especially since he was the one that initiated it. I was originally going to ask if I could go on that trip, but then I had a conflict in my schedule and I wasn't going to be able to go anyway, and that's why I didn't pursue it. But I think it's a lot of money that we need to make sure is allocated and used very wisely. Let's get some outcomes out of this, not throwing you-know-what into a fan and see what hits the wall, okay? So that is my input on it, and I can connect you with Juan, who was the one who initiated all of this, and he has lots of very good information.
Thank you, Councilmember. A couple of things. First, with the ARPA funding, I'm sorry for any misrepresentation. We will not be the sub-granting or anything our ARPA funds. Our ARPA funds, as of right now, it will be dependent on the site and any existing facilities or anything like that. But as of right now, our ARPA funds, which is a tongue twister, will be going exclusively towards the capital construction of these facilities and the subsequent pallet shelters, which forays into the second point. So Houston's model is definitely a model that should be replicated. It's based off of a philosophy within homeless services called Housing First. It's the idea that people are more willing to interact with services, and if they have a place that they can feel safe at night, that they can store their things and take care of themselves. So part of our navigation center includes a pallet shelter village, which are these temporary transitional housing that allows people to have that safe place to stay. It will not function as a camp. It will require people to engage with the wraparound services at the center. It has a timeline on it. Aurora has a very similar program. They've seen a lot of success with it, a 90 to 180-day timeline for people to stay there, engage with the services, and Aurora reported a 97% success rate of moving people into permanent supportive housing or affordable housing opportunities from there. So we definitely agree. I'm excited to hear the report back from Houston. I think that it's a lot we can learn from.
Wonderful. He also said to remember that transition takes a while, and moving people out of the fight or flight mentality is not easy, and it takes a while to do that. So we got a lot of work ahead of us, but we can do it.
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
we can. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you both very much. I'm I wanted to ask about Navigation Center and what's happening with our floor at South Platte Crossing.
Sure. So that was definitely something that we explored early on. In terms of more details, Mr. Borgelli is here for the fifth floor, but we explored that pretty early on. There were a couple of logistical issues. One, the one floor at South Platte Crossing was just not enough space to provide the services and resources that we needed. There were also concerns with the DMV being located on the first floor, people being willing to come through the facility, come through the building, get on the elevator, come up. We worried about access issues with that as well. And based off of council's direction, I believe that the fifth floor is providing some nonprofit services that I think will have a lot of synergies with the Navigation Center, but it would require, based off of our analysis, a separate facility.
Can I just jump in? Yeah. I will be providing a more detailed update about the fifth floor project next month. Our schedule will have a placeholder for October 17th. We are currently in the process of selecting a general contractor for that project. We've received bids, and we will be working through the contracting process shortly. Based on initial timelines we've been reviewing in the bids, it's looking like the construction will be finished by the end of Q2 of next year. But again, I'll have more detail and more information for council next month.
I think we bought that in 2020, correct?
We closed on it in January of 2021.
Okay, but we bought it in 2020 and it closed in 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
You made the offer. So it's been sitting there for a couple of years. How much more space do you actually need? Because we already own it. Now, the reason I bring this up is because in practical terms, my recollection about our Go Big effort was that we also wanted to be preventative. And if there's anything we learned tonight, it's that we need to be thinking more about affordable housing ourselves, perhaps. And that's providing housing to people that means not living in squalor, and that does give them this opportunity to get on their feet and move on. We have not identified any sites for pallet housing. We haven't had that discussion at all. And who knows where that might be, of course. Anyway, I just wanted to be able to think outside the box in terms of making the best use of our funds, and to put our 10 million towards a capital improvement doesn't seem to be making the best use of our funds. Mr. Rogers, did you want to say something? I do have more comments, but go ahead.
No, ma'am, I'm just pondering your statement, that's all.
Okay, you were doing a lot of movement, so. All right, then, so to look at better alternatives, to actually leverage $10 million so it doesn't go into a building, to constructing a building, is not using our funds in a way that helps people. And then, I'm doing this on behalf of a constituent who called me early in the year about her concern about using Nativity Lutheran Church for a safe parking lot. Nativity Lutheran Church is at the edge of Reunion Ridge and is probably next door to, I don't know what you would call it, like Area 3 of Turnberry? What is that called? I don't know. It's like the next build out of Turnberry on the south side of 104th. So it's a very residential area, very close to 104th. I had told her at the time that this kind of thing would not be put into place without the residents having a say in what happened. So imagine my surprise to see it on this agenda and that it already launched on August 1st or early August. Under what basis are we able to do this? And why is it administrative approval and doesn't involve the city council having a discussion? And I might add, safe parking is a wonderful program. I have no opposition to the program. I'm simply suggesting this is not necessarily the right location because of all the residential around it and how close it is to 104th, and that there probably could have been another alternative. And to not have the community involved in this decision, I think it's a concern to me. So if you could explain how that gets approved, I would appreciate it.
Sure, Sarah, can you talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah, so Colorado Safe Parking Initiative, the director is Linda Behringer. So when we first spoke to Pastor Will about launching this site, it went through a thorough process. Linda, they did some community outreach in the neighborhood, informed them, and then they also presented kind of a town hall event. I can't speak exactly when it was. I wasn't part of that, but from my understanding, they did some community outreach near the neighborhood, and then they had an informative session at the church.
Yeah, and I would like to add on that this safe parking initiative is not something that is run or even the decision is made by the city at all. It is just something that, based off of Sarah's role with the city, she has helped facilitate as a resource for the unhoused members of our community, but it's not something, believe the church is private property. That decision is completely between the safe parking initiative and the church ownership.
Yes, but how under the land use code is that allowed to have overnight parking of RVs and SUVs and all that kind of stuff? Thank you.
When we reviewed the application, it went through a review process, and it is a by right use. They're not allowed to have RV parking. They can have personal vehicles that can be parked on the lot. And so we reviewed it and felt like it was not inconsistent with our code. And so it was a by right use, and it was approved that way.
Now, when I spoke with Pastor Will, he said that he was going to open the church to the police department for an area for them to come into and go into the church and use it overnight, so that people would know that there was more law enforcement in that area. Excuse me, Deputy Chief Sater?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have you been contacted by Nativity Lutheran Church about the church opening its doors to the CCPD to use as a way station, if you will?
I wasn't personally involved in those conversations, but yes, I'm aware of that contact a number of months ago.
So yes, that is, okay, and is that happening?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any plan for it to happen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do think that we probably need to keep an eye on this. You know, it was something that I thought for sure included community involvement. So it's interesting. It's just so close to 104th and so close to all those homes. I'm just surprised that the indication is that there was outreach in that neighborhood and nothing happened, because I did hear from residents myself.
I do want to specify that the Safe Parking Initiative, they do a thorough background check. So referrals and interests first go through their website, and then they have a coordinator. Her name is Grace. She screens appropriate applicants, completes those background checks, and then she sends them to the committee, the Safe Parking Committee at Nativity Lutheran Church. They bring them in and also interview them first before they're allowed to stay at their lot. So it goes through a double screening process.
Do they help them with transition?
Yes. So they get hands-on case management for parkers in the lot.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
What do they do? Oh, sorry. What are they doing for facilities?
So there's a hand washing station and a porta potty. From my understanding, talking to Grace and Linda a couple weeks ago, there's only currently one parker because it's been such a thorough background check.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like us to be patient and wait for some of these processes to take place, because Houston is definitely not the only city that is being visited by regional elected officials. There are some red flags in probably every program out there, but I know firsthand about some red flags about the Houston project, and it's kind of moving away from government control at all. And so I don't know all those details, but it's something that I think we should look into and not jump too quickly into. And I also think that if we're going, we have to partner regionally. There's no way we're going to be successful on our own. In my opinion, we don't have the staff or resources to do so, and a one-time influx of money is not going to fix this problem.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, this is why the problem is so difficult, right? There's never a right place to put a camp or anything, and as soon as it's in someone's backyard, people are going to complain about it. And the church is actually in Ward 1. I met with the pastor, and they explained the program to me and the rigors of even being accepted. And I think that's the other barrier to us helping people that are experiencing homelessness, is so many people get filtered out of the process right out of the bat because, if they've ever been arrested for anything, illegal camping or what have you, a lot of these things automatically, preclude these people from getting these services. And the safe parking is such a great program because the services that it provides those wraparound services, and it's really focused on the transition to housing and, having the job skills and, just making sure that you have someone there holding you accountable along the way. And, I think it's such a great program, and, I'm thankful for the church to be supporting this and, giving people a safe place to sleep, because all you got to do is drive around down south here, because, they might not be up in Reunion, but basically anywhere that they can find, a dark corner by warehouses or somewhere that they're not going to be bothered. People are parking and they're spending the night, and, it's so much better to have these services and really try to solve the problem than, just kind of turning a blind eye. So, I'm thankful for the church. They did have public outreach when I met with the pastor. They had just completed some rounds of public outreach with the community, as well as the HOA there and the Metro District, is how they connected to the residents. So it wasn't without outreach that this is done. So, I just hope that we're supportive and give these programs time to actually work.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and I think your comments kind of mesh well with Councilmember Hurst's comments in terms of there's kind of two components to this. So the regional collaboration is necessary. I completely agree. We do not have the funding, the resources, the general fund, whatever it is, to be able to do this on our own. Moreover, communities that do it on their own generally don't see long-term success. It's not sustainable. It has to be a regional effort. With that regional effort comes the ability for each community to specify what their community needs are. And so something that Sarah has worked really hard on since she started is being able to identify what are the types of individuals that need support within Commerce City. And so we are trying to design our facility in a way that supports those individuals. It's a lot of single individuals, a lot of childless couples, and a lot of people with pets that are generally excluded from other facilities, other places, and whether they are unable to find some place that will take them, or it is they've given up hope on the system, we're able to provide those services. And the navigation center with the pallet shelters on site, it'll all be ideally on one location. The idea is that the navigation center is a low barrier to entry facility. anyone can walk in and get resources. Anyone can walk in and be connected with the resources they need, whether they're unhoused, whether they're at risk of losing their home, whether they're behind on rent, whether they need legal counseling, whatever it may be, they can walk in and access those resources. The transitional housing has a higher barrier of entry to make sure that these are people that are engaging with those services that are going to be able to transition to that long-term housing. So being able to collaborate regionally to make sure the network works is important, and then specifying our resources individually is also important.
Thank you.
I don't dispute the fact that we need to have regional participation because we can't continue to play ping pong with these individuals and roust them out of our community and wait for the next community to put them right back in our community. However, your navigation center for me is a non-starter. At no time whenever we discussed ARPA funds did I imagine we were going to construct a facility and then expect somebody else to come in and manage it. The county are billionaires. We're millionaires. If the county needs a facility to provide these kind of services, the county can pony up the money in order to provide those services, and we'll take our money and use them in the way that we best feel necessary. But I am not about taking the money that was part of this program, building a facility, and then turning around and telling the county, you go ahead and run it. Because the first thing that's going to happen is the resident's going to come in here and going to complain about what's taking place at the facility, and everybody in the room is going to throw their hands up in the air and say, we're not running it, the county is. Same way, Chaffa. Same way everybody else that we have to turn around and say it's their fault, it's their responsibility. This is city money that was granted to us. We need to do the best option of what is going to be good for the city of Commerce City. And trusting the county to do what is in our best interest just doesn't work. I think the stat was heard tonight that there are more homeless families in Adams County, Colorado than the rest of the state. So I'm not all about taking money, building them a facility, and expecting them to go solve our problem with it. It's a non-starter for me. We're going to move on now to the next one, which is going to be Metro District regulations. I'll invite John Borgelli. Everybody's had a chance to speak. It's already 10:15 at night. How late would you like to go this evening, Councilmember Douglas?
All I wanted to say was that I didn't want to be mistaken as everyone thinking that I was saying that we should work independently. I do want to make it clear that I was talking regionally, and I definitely agree with you, Mayor Huseman, on what you just said about the county.
Thank you. We're going to move on now. John Borgelli, Management Analyst, please come forward and give the Metro District regulation presentation.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Here tonight to discuss with you Metro District regulations to pick up where we left off in July. Our purpose tonight is to answer some outstanding questions for Council, as well as ask for direction from Council. There are some outstanding questions and decision points that we need clarity and discussion and input from Council on before we are prepared to draft the final regulations. Once we have that in hand by the end of this evening, staff will move forward with preparing a final version of portion of this presentation centers on this memorandum. This is in a follow-up to the white paper that we reviewed last time. We had EPS develop a more fuller analysis, and based on some of Council's questions, this was included in the packet for review. There are 6 major discussion or decision points listed here. But at this time, if any members of Council have any questions or want any clarification on any issues before we begin discussing these, both staff and the author of the memo are here to answer any questions.
Does anybody on Council have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
I'd like to start with the last point first, which was no metro districts. I believe that's the last portion of your document. And could you talk more about that, about what would happen if we did not approve any metro districts? I think that the former mayor who spoke earlier made a good point. We have discussed this before on the city council, And it has been such a financial burden to so many people who have had to move out because of the unexpected costs of living in these metro districts in Commerce City because of the way the service plans were already approved. I don't see that there's anything in the service plan modifications that we're presenting that will reassure potential buyers that they're also not going to have these burdens and that the only way to do it would be no metro districts.
Is this mic on? Can you hear me? Thank you, Councilwoman Noble. My comments at the end of the memo in terms of conclusions I did say that in our opinion that it is appropriate for the city to put provisions on metro districts to keep them from being onerous and eliminate the ability of the districts to put onerous and unreasonable financial stipulations on the districts. But as I said, the council, the city certainly has, it's within your power to decide that you don't want to have metro districts. That doesn't do anything to address the fact that you have used metro districts in this city for quite some time, and there are a lot of existing metro districts, and anything that the city adopts at this point does not impact, the service plans of those existing metro districts. As it relates to, the residents of the community, I mean, it's certainly, I think a separate issue to be making home buyers aware of what the what the tax structure is on a particular house that they're buying, and the fact that they're buying into a community that has a metro district in it. So, I mean, I think that's kind of beyond the purview of the model district service plan that the city is currently considering.
But we could ask for more disclosures and transparency.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think that's the intent of the model district modifications that staff has proposed to the council, that there are a lot of I think a lot of the language, the stipulations is perfectly reasonable in terms of providing limits on the maximum mill levy, the term, the term for district financing, the financing plan regulations, the developer reimbursement limits. All of these things are reasonable stipulations to put in place.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll have other questions, but I wish to take a moment of personal privilege. A council member made a comment about reunion, and I am really tired of the pot shots that come at that area. There's no reason for it. It's very diverse. It's very fascinating area. I was at the opening of South Lawn Elementary, and it was beautiful how diverse the community is. I would like to point out to a council member and to all council members that Reunion Ridge and the third section of Turnberry on the south side of 104th are in Ward 1. They are not in my ward. I was not talking about Nativity Lutheran. It is in Ward 1. It is not in my ward, Ward 4. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize, but I did feel I need to say something, that it isn't helpful for our community, and it exacerbates any division.
Are there any other questions regarding the Metro District regulations?
Mayor Huseman, Councilmember Hurst has his hand up, by the way.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, just real quick, can I get an explanation as to how notification to a home buyer is going to change? And the reason I ask is because 7 years ago, 7.5 years ago, when I bought my house, that's the first time I learned about a Metro District, and I got at least a half-hour discussion with at the closing appointment about what that means, how it's going to impact my property taxes, and how that line item worked out. Now, I'll admit I didn't know all the details walking out of that, but I felt a lot more comfortable in understanding that because it was in my closing documents, and I read it and asked several questions about it and had a really good conversation. So what else can we put in there that would make it more informative?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Hurst. Those requirements of disclosure, those are stipulated by the state, and there were some enhancements to them with the latest amendment to the Special District Act passed last year. I believe that was SB 21-181. Additionally, one of the stipulations in that is for districts to maintain a website that has their required transparency documents, the budget, the financial disclosure, that financial plan, and having that information more accessible. That's not something that we touch on as much in these regulations because we do not want to be duplicative of already existing requirements under state law.
So are we just coming into compliance with the new law, or are we going above and beyond?
What these regulations would do in terms of disclosure would be in line or would not be in addition to or above and beyond, in your words, what is required by the state.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you again. Do the new regulations as proposed include parent-child districts?
Yes, ma'am. The restriction on IGAs set out in these new regulations, the effect of that is designed to curtail parent-child relationships. Essentially, these intergovernmental agreements signed at the inception of these districts is the mechanism by which they can create that sort of structure where funds from one district are remitted to another district. The district receiving the funds, due to how it's set up, remains essentially perpetually in developer control. The mechanism for this is through IGAs. These new regulations would require council approval of any IGAs any district enters into. Effectively, that would prevent a parent-child relationship from existing in a new district without council's express approval.
Okay, great. And did you accept the recommendations from EPS regarding more specificity in the financial plan requirements and in the list of public improvements and estimated cost per improvement?
Yes, ma'am. That's something we will be looking at when we redraft these regulations and bring them back before council. That's something that we will specifically include.
All right, and I had the privilege of attending the community outreach that you did on Wednesday night, and you did a very good job, Mr. Bougeli, and you were very patient as well. It's a very technical area, of course, and some people were quite, it's been difficult. It's been difficult for people. A lot of people are suffering. What about the size of a metro district? And maybe you have some idea on this also. We have wound up with some metro districts that begin on a postage stamp sized piece of property. And so in theory, there's only a few voters, the developer and maybe the people who work for them. And the suggestion was that no metro district could be smaller than, say, 25 units. So that property would have to be a benefit to the metro district as well in some fashion. They were trying to figure out a way. I had tried minimum number of acres, for a metro district, but the suggestion was a minimum number of units for a metro district. Do you have any experience with that or an opinion of that?
No direct experience on that. I would refer to what John just mentioned about the parent-child relationship between, a developer-controlled district. But I do think it seems reasonable to me that the city establish a minimum size of the metro district in terms of either the number of acres or the number of homes, so that sort of prevents the 1 acre district that some master districts have been subscribed to, so that there's, only 1 or 2 voting members of that parent district.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, would this be the time? Would I need to make that as a motion, or would that come later? How would that be handled, sir?
We're not actually voting on any regulations this evening, so I don't
Okay.
see a need to make a motion. I think that's a time that we can discuss at a later time.
Okay, thank you. And then here's my final one, which is,
I need to stop you there. Need a
Why?
motion, because I need a motion and a
Oh,
second
okay.
to extend the meeting by an hour.
I'll make that motion. I'll make that motion.
I have a motion to extend the meeting by an hour. Mayor Pro Tem,
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by an hour. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
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 Motion carries 6-2. All right, Councilmember Noble, your last comment, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. My last comment is regarding material change, and this is for Mr. Hayter. Okay. Material change. There was a speaker who had observed what he felt was a material change and sent it to the city for the city to determine whether it was a material change or not, which would then give us the opportunity to revisit the service plan, correct? If there's a material change, can we revisit the service plan?
That is my understanding of how our current service plans are set up, that material changes do require that they come back before you, yes.
Okay, and so if somebody thinks there has been a material change, who should they notify in the city?
I would probably be the best point of contact for that, ma'am.
Okay,
At the same time, whether something's a material change or not is really a matter of law. So it was something that I'd be happy to assist city staff in trying to make that determination as well. And it is something that we've dealt with in the past. That's come through. I've worked hand in hand with staff on some of those decisions.
okay, and then the final portion of material change. If a sub-district, or let's say a child, wants to leave the parent, is that a material change if that occurs?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we would need more facts, and it's very hard to answer hypotheticals with regard to legal hypotheticals and what that would mean.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Could you please research that? Because there are 2 sub-districts in Reunion that have spun off. District 1 and District 2 have spun off. And my question is that a material change in the service plan agreement for the Reunion Metro District?
So I can try to gather some more facts, and we can get back to you on that.
Thank you very much.
And I can try to work with you. Those were which the spinoffs were from where?
Reunion Metro District. They were North Range Village 1 and North Range Village 2.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So can you, I guess, clarify the Gallagher, the mill levy cap Gallagher provision? Does that mean that they would be able to raise it up if the assessed value went up?
Yes, ma'am. The idea behind the Gallagher provision
I
is,
understand the reasoning behind it, I'm asking, is it that the recommendation to include it?
The recommendation is to include that
I
provision.
can't support that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both for your time this evening. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational.
Councilmember Hurst has his hand up.
Councilmember Hurst.
I apologize. I just got to know. So I know that not a lot of people like the Gallagher, and I don't even know if it should be called that anymore, but what would we do if the city was running that and doing everything that is there? We would raise the taxes with the value of the house. I mean, it's the same thing. So I just want us to take a look at, if you don't have a metro district and it's coming back to the city to do those services, how would we cover that? It would be by the raising of the taxes as the value goes up.
We're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 3 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Dara.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Mr. Clerk, will you please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the August 22nd, 2022 special meeting. Resolution 2022-83, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for design services for the redevelopment of the clubhouse and maintenance areas at Buffalo Run Golf Course project to Z Design Group LLC. Resolution 2022-92, a resolution extending the term of the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee and ratifying their work through September 26, 2022. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Hurst?
Yay.
Thank you.
Consent agenda passes unanimously 8-0 with 1 excused absence. We're going to move on to our public hearing. It's for Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision. Will the applicant please come forward to the lectern? This item was continued from the August 15, 2022 meeting. As such, the events of August 15th are part of the record in this matter. It's my understanding that the applicant has requested to postpone this hearing again. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Charlie Smith, attorney at Brownstein on behalf of the applicant, Next Metro. It's been a pretty long night already, as you're all experiencing yourselves, and Next Metro's been in this process for about 2.5 years and has spent close to $1 million already on its just the entitlements alone for the project after what was initially an administrative process. And appreciate your patience in continuing the hearing last time. All we're asking for is a fair shake in front of the full roster of council, and when we would have your full attention and the opportunity to present the full presentation, which is a pretty complicated and detailed presentation after we've made an effort to respond to all of council's concerns and previous questions. So that would be the request, would be to continue to a date certain, preferably the very next council hearing.
I have to take exception to the fact that you said you're asking for a full shake. Do you not feel you can have a full shake with the 8 of us sitting up here?
No, I'm sure individually each of you would give and please don't take it that way, Mr. Mayor. It's not meant to be a personal slight. It is just, we'd like the opportunity to present to all of the elected officials who represent the entire city. And there's been feedback from, I believe, each council person on the project, and to be able to address each of those questions and concerns with everyone present would be the request.
You had previously sent a letter to myself as well as appeared before the council requesting that we set a hearing date, and a hearing date was set for August 15th. You came in on August 15th and requested that we postpone that hearing date.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that reminder. As I mentioned, this process has been going on for quite some time. And given the investment that Next Metro has committed to the project, conducting the hearing this late in the hour with an absence, obviously continuing again and appearing in front of a public hearing for what would be the fifth attempt to request for approval and have a final result is not an ideal situation for everyone, but that would be the request nonetheless, is to have the full roster available and not have it occur at such a late hour. We don't want to be forced into compressing the presentation. After all this time, all we're asking for is just an opportunity to say our full piece.
Appreciate that. Do you understand that at this time, we cannot guarantee when the next meeting, whenever this public hearing can be continued to, will be? And that at this time, given the fact that we have a full work schedule already scheduled for October 3rd with items that cannot be relocated, that it could be into 2023 before we're able to take this up again?
Yeah, the request would be to a date certain so that we know when it is. I think it's a matter of due process that an applicant is provided an opportunity and a date certain for the hearing to be held. But understand that you have, pre-existing business. The very next hearing that would be available would be the request and the published, rather the agenda is not available for the October 3rd hearing, so I don't know what's on that one already, but.
Okay, so I take that as you're not accepting the fact that I cannot set a date for the next public hearing. You're demanding a date for the next public hearing, correct?
Well, how would you continue it indefinitely, I guess would be the question, Mr. Mayor. The applicant does have a due process right to be heard at a hearing.
Okay. Well, like I said, I at this time cannot give you a date. I do not know what the work schedule allows for us to provide you a date for continuing that, so I cannot seek a motion seeking to extend that out for a certain date. Does anybody on staff have a date that they can provide to us that could be used for a motion?
Mayor Huseman, if I may?
Yes.
If I may.
Okay.
Yes.
My understanding from staff is that they think it'd be feasible on January 2.
Okay.
January 2nd. You want to go with that? Yeah. That would be fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does anybody on council wish to make a motion concerning the postponement of this public hearing until January 2nd, 2023? Councilmember Madera?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion to continue this public hearing until January 2nd, 2023. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue this hearing until January 2nd, 2023. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Public hearing is continued to January 2nd. We'll see you then.
Thank you all.
Next up, we have resolutions. First is an award of contract for the Land Development Code update. We'll invite Jim Tolbert, Director of Community Development, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will try to be extremely brief on this. We've got a slideshow, but I'm not, we got it, okay. If you recall, back several months ago, we came to you for a budget appropriation, and you made that budget appropriation so that we could begin the process to attempt to get somebody to rewrite our land development code. Tonight, this resolution would award the contract to the Kindig Keast Collaborative. To begin the process, we submitted a request for proposals. We received 4. Two of them that the team deemed non-responsive. We conducted interviews with Kindig Keys Collaborative and Code Studio, and the interview team selected Kindig Keys as the most responsive and within our budget. And our recommendation tonight is to award the contract for the rewrite, update of the Land Development Code to the Kindig Keys Collaborative. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions regarding this resolution? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-87. Councilmember Dara?
So moved.
I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-87. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-87. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-87, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for the comprehensive update of the City of Commerce City Land Development Code to Kindig Keys Collaborative, Inc.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-87. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0
Thank
with
you.
one excused absence. Next is going to be declining participation in the paid family medical leave program. We'll invite Armando Guardiola, Director of Human Resources, to introduce the item.
We are going to have Armando on the screen, and the only reason being is he was not feeling well and did not want to be here to pass that on to anybody else. But he is online.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I was trying to log in. I didn't hear anything that you actually stated, Mayor.
I invited you forward to introduce the item.
Oh, thank you. I'm actually introducing the item as the Family Medical Leave Insurance Program. And I am asking council, based on the feedback and the direction that I did receive last week, for the city to opt out of the Family Medical Leave Program, insurance program. So I put in a public hearing, and there's a resolution that also was placed for a public hearing.
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Dara.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a feel for staff sentiment on, why we would decline this.
Based on the presentation we gave last week, we ran 4 informational sessions with staff, and we have about 89% based on the survey that we brought, or individuals that participated in the survey, and also on the 4 informationals that we did for staff. And right now we have about 89% that are in opting out for this program for the city. Reason why is overall we're looking at our programs that we currently have. Not everybody would want to participate in, and we also provide, if you do want to participate, it is an option for employees to participate without the city having to participate, so they can still take advantage of the program. But based on the information that we have support, 89% from our employees. We did talk to the collective bargaining units. Both were in support. Also, I did provide that in the presentation from last week.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Davenport, would you like to come forward and address this topic, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Dennis Davenport. I am a senior crime scene investigator here with the Commerce City Police Department. But most importantly, I'm here representing I believe, what is one of the city's most valuable assets, some of the employees that are working here within the city, as I am the union president of AFSCME Local 1144. I have spoken with Armando on numerous occasions going back until April of this year about this program. And I'm here to offer our opinion from a local as to whether or not the city should opt in or opt out of this particular program. I've done myself extensive research on this program, looked at the state website, looked at the benefits to it. I believe the program is a good program for some employers that don't tend to offer the same types of benefits the city already offers. As a matter of fact, for this city and for our city employees, we strongly feel that this program and the city council should opt out of it. The reason being is that the city can choose to opt out of it, but individual employees who feel that that's a benefit to them individually can opt into it individually, pay the premiums necessary, and still get the same benefits as if the city was to have opted in. If the city chooses to opt in, it's going to force all employees and the city to make a mandatory contribution, whether or not the city chooses to, the employee chooses to participate in the program. We brought this to our membership for a vote. I presented that information. Our membership voted to opt out, to recommend to the city. I'm also a member of the Fraternal Order of Police as an associate member, and while I don't speak for them on their behalf, their representative could not be here tonight, but it's my understanding they also chose to recommend to opt out. So on behalf of the city employees that I represent, I'm strongly encouraging you to adopt this resolution tonight to choose to opt out of the Family Medical Leave Insurance Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mr. Gibson, is anybody else registered to speak?
Mayor Huseman, no other staff members registered to speak on this item, but written comments were received by staff and incorporated into the agenda packet item.
Thank you, sir. This time, looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-91. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I will make a motion to approve or adopt Resolution 2022-91.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Dara.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-91. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-91, a resolution declining the City of Commerce City's participation in the paid family medical leave insurance program.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-91, and the title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. First up, we have recognition of CDOT grant for 88th Avenue. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2421 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved. Or I'd make a motion to approve ordinance 2421.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated ordinance 2421 and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2421, first reading of an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $3 million for 88th Avenue, I-76 to Highway 2, and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're now going to move on to a recognition of appropriation in the general fund, police donation fund, and grants fund. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2427 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance 2427 by council as seated.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2427 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2427, first reading of an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognizing certain appropriations in the General Fund, Police Donation Fund, and Grants Fund totaling $2,289,902.66 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Hurst?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. Lastly, we have amending the municipal code for an unauthorized urban camping. Does any council member have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
Mr. Mayor, since this is Councilmember Grimes' resolution, I would like to postpone it until October 3rd when she is present.
I have a motion to postpone or to continue ordinance 2431 until October 3rd. Is there a second? Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to postpone ordinance 2431 until October 3rd. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Judge Bowen, thank you very much for being here. Sorry you didn't have an opportunity to speak. We'll see you on October 3rd. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move into ordinances on second reading. First up is amending the LDC for annexation agreements. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2411 on second and final reading. Mayor Pro Tem?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2411 on second reading.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2411 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Can you refresh my memory on who didn't vote for this?
There was an abstention from Councilmember Noble. I believe you were not present at the dais to vote on your touch panel.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you refreshing my memory. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2411, second and final reading of an ordinance amending sections 21-3320 and 21-3340 of the Land Development Code relating to standards for annexation agreements.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Hurst?
Aye.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, my screen flipped, so I can't vote.
Are you a yes or a no? I'm a yes. All right, you got that? All right, moving on. We're going to move on to administrative business. First up is the ECPAC breakfast sponsorship. Invite Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I last year attended the Early Childhood Partnership of Adams County, and they're doing really great things for Adams County, for the children that live in Adams County, and I was requesting a gold level sponsorship for $1,000 to be given from the City of Commerce City for their breakfast, which is September 28th.
Is that a motion to approve a gold level sponsorship in the amount of $1,000?
Yes, I
Thank
like
you. I have a
to-
motion to approve the $1,000 sponsorship to the Early Childhood Partnership for Adams County. Mayor Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve that $1,000 sponsorship. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. Next up, we have city manager appointment discussion. Looking for a motion and a second to go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses F, for the purpose of discussing personnel matters, specifically the appointment of an acting or interim city manager, and if necessary, then also pursuant to subpart 4, sub-parentheses E, for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that are subject to negotiations and instructing negotiators accordingly, specifically with regard to an interim agreement relative to the appointment of an interim city manager. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We will retire to the council workroom. We will not be any longer than 30 minutes, and the recording will remain up while we are, or the meeting will remain up while we're in executive session. motion. You okay with that, Mr. Hayter?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into a couple things, just to make sure that we're not gonna have any other problems. And if I see any landmines, I'll make sure to let council know.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And congratulations, Mr. Rogers. I'm quite confident that you will do a smash-up job and lead this city to greatness. So thank you for your willingness to step into that role as well. That is all we have for noticed administrative business there. Does anybody on council have any additional items they wish to bring up? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. On this past Saturday, September 17th, Councilman Davis and myself attended the Adams City High School homecoming parade, and we were pretty disturbed, a little embarrassed that we didn't have anything from Commerce City to hand out, such as candy or swag. So I want to make a motion that staff look into next year, making sure that we have transportation available for us. There wasn't transportation arrangements, and that we have candy and swag, and if also Adams 27 or School District 27J has a homecoming parade and we're invited, that is provided for both districts, and that staff looks into that we do have candy and transportation arrangements and swag to hand out.
Quick question for you, ma'am, on 27J. When is that parade?
I'm not sure, I've never been invited to one of theirs, but I'm just saying in case they do that, and they do invite council members, that it's for both school districts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes, on a serious note, I did want to bring up the weeds. I brought it up a few weeks ago, the median in Peoria.
Councilmember Ford, I think the Mayor Pro Tem had a motion that's out there.
Oh, that's fine. I'll second that motion.
All right. Have a motion and a second to ensure that the city council has swag and other things to give out during homecoming parades. Have a second for that. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, back to my point, the median from 104th north on Peoria Street, the weeds are waist deep, the trees are dead. It's something that, I keep harping on, but it is a matter of our residents seeing what things look like. And we heard from our constituents tonight, the weeds along Quebec, and that is that broken window scenario. We have to take care of those. It's probably been at least 6 months since I brought up the toilet seat in this bathroom here. It's terrible, and it's just a matter of someone getting some new bolts and tightening it down, or getting a new seat, whatever has to happen. But it's those little things, I think, that make us who we are. It shows that we're taking care of those broken windows, and I'd like to see those things taken care of, and have an update on what has been improved. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thanks. I don't know if this requires a motion, but for us to schedule a study session with the Housing Authority, CHAFA, Tri-County Health, and the new county health folks, because I know they're working already. Do we need a motion on that, or?
Sure.
Okay, I move
All right, have a
that
motion.
we schedule a study session on, including the Housing Authority, CHAFA, Tri-County Health Department, and the new county health officials.
Councilmember Madera?
I second that.
Have a motion and a second to have a study session to discuss the housing issues in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
I have more,
Please proceed.
if I may. Okay. So I have had the privilege of serving on the board of the Sand Creek Greenway Foundation and was able to help them at least notify them of a grant opportunity with Commerce City, which they won. That was their first grant. And also that we had a sponsorship of their annual event. But due to a conflict, I am unable to attend those meetings any longer, and just wanted to notify the council that I won't be able to continue in that seat on the board. I believe that Councilmember Davis is the alternate, but I don't know if Councilmember Davis wishes to do it or if we want someone else. I'm not expecting an answer tonight, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm unable to continue in that seat.
Thank you, appreciate that. Staff, if on the October 3rd agenda, you can add the Administrative Council Business appointment of the representatives to the Sand Creek Regional Greenway Board. Yes, sir. Thank you. Is that all? Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Any other requests for Administrative Council Business? Do you have a question, multiple questions probably. I was driving up Tower Road, and I appreciate former council member Douglas coming in to speak about what's taking place on Tower Road as far as the right-in, right-out turn lanes that are being built. Now, I seem to remember back whenever Tower Road was widened to 4 lanes, the idea was that provisions were in place that it could eventually go to 6 lanes whenever traffic warranted. And now we have these right-in, right-out lanes that are basically taking up that space that used to be there. And then as I was continuing to travel, I thought to myself, well, how are these new lanes going to interact with the bicycle lanes that are there as well? So I'm curious why it is that these right-in, right-out lanes weren't pushed all the way out beyond where that additional lane provision was supposed to be built and is allowed then to take that space. Should the need ever come in the future, maybe after everything is built and we're fully built and we have a need for 6-lane Tower Road, how is it going to accommodate that? You're going to have to rip up all that curb and gutter. You're going to have to widen the lane even more and everything. And it just seems like a waste of taxpayer money. And whenever you consider, again, that's a metro district that's funding that improvement, that's those residents that are paying for something that is not future built. So where was the approval process on this? Can we get some information on that? I'm sure I'm not going to get an answer tonight, and that's fine. But it doesn't seem like we were thinking 10 years into the future whenever this plan was put forth. Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, we have 8 minutes for reports. Acting City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this rather quick. For economic development, we will be participating with an exhibitor booth at the National Association of Industrial and Office Park Showcase, which is a commercial real estate trade show this Thursday between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m.
Having a hard time understanding you.
Sorry, sir, is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Just to recap, economic development staff will be participating at the National Association of Industrial and Office Parks Showcase, which is a commercial real estate trade show with an exhibitor booth from 3 to 7. They will also be attending, and you all were invited for the upcoming site selection conference consultation feedback breakfast, which is being held at Empower Field September 30th, 7:30 to 9. As it relates to Public Works, just an update on 96th Avenue, Telluride, Reunion Parkway intersection. As the staff previously noted, they are conducting a synchro study that is to look at potential impacts of installation of a new traffic signal with traffic flow. That is anticipated to be done by the end of this month. Staff has made an order for portable wireless traffic signals. We have not received a delivery date from the vendor. Hope to have that soon. We are underway with the design of the span wire temporary traffic signal. That is the interim solution. Design is anticipated to be done by the end of October with installation by the end of November. Obviously, that can move up or down depending upon labor and other potential delays. With pavement management and flat work, Quebec between 72nd and 64th is scheduled for the second half of October. As it pertains to our parking lot with respect to additional cameras for security. New cameras have been installed and are up, working for the PD and around our atriums in the front and the back of our Civic Center. We will have 2 parking light poles. If you've noticed, we've had a couple of trucks out there working on that over the last couple of weeks. We hope to have that powered and up and working by the end of this week, the 23rd. And we have Kathy Blakely, who has some additional information to share.
Karaoke. Just two items. So as you all know, you authorized $2,500 to go to each of the schools. I am needing to tell you that the money came out of the contingency funds. It was transferred over into the legislative budget. That's just an FYI for you. Those checks were mailed September 1. We just haven't had a chance to pass that information on to you. And the last thing that I needed to let you know is that the study sessions are going to be moving into 2308 going forward. And it will be, at least at this point in time, until council decides otherwise, it will be live broadcast, and those mics are going to be basically from the ceiling. So anything that's said within the room most likely will be picked up. So that will be starting next week.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
I think, does anybody have any questions for the city managers regarding their report? Seeing none, Mr. Hayter?
I'll try to be brief. I did send an email letting you all know that we had good results with the Water Quality Control Commission with regard to Regulation 38 and the water designations on the South Platte. Those have gone from, now I'm blanking out on, it's gotten late, from use protected to reviewable, which works to our advantage, which means there's much more strict requirements for changes and impacts to those waterways for those people or those entities that discharge water to that waterway at least. It means they have to prove that it's like an economic necessity, basically. It's a much more difficult standard. So that should benefit the water quality significantly eventually, over the years, it'll take that South Platte to get better, but it's something that maybe we can plan on for the future. I wanted to mention, if you were not aware of it, Suncor has been under an order to have air quality monitoring in place by January 1, but they have filed a lawsuit against the state to try to get that pushed back for at least 6 months. It's something that I am monitoring to see if there's any potential role for the city in that, but it looks doubtful. But if something changes, I will keep you posted. The other thing I want to let you know is the CML annual attorneys seminar starts Friday in Grand Junction. So just about everybody in my office is going out to that on Thursday night. And then it ends Saturday at basically the lunch hour. So we'll be out on Friday. However, if you need me, you can, of course, reach me on my cell phone. That's all I have to report this evening. Are there any questions for me or based on anything that was said during the meeting this evening?
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Hayter regarding his report? Seeing none, we will move on. Any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and make it quick, but on Wednesday, September 7th, I attended the Amazon facility tour. That was really neat to see. September 10th, I attended the Commerce City 70th anniversary, and that was a lot of fun and really nice to see the former mayors as well and other council members attend that event as well. Then September 14th, Wednesday, along with Councilmember Douglas, we got a tour of the Core City facility, and that was a really good facility and nice, nice to see what they're doing for the city. And then on September 17th, I attended with Councilmember Davis, the Adams City High School Homecoming Parade. Thank you.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
We do URA meeting?
This time I'll call the URA meeting to order. Ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. The meeting, we reached the automatic adjournment time of the meeting. Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas,
Present.
Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Noble, Commissioner Hurst,
Here.
Commissioner Grimes, Commissioner Ford,
Present.
Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Boucher, Commissioner Tedesco, Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Commissioner Noble. Commissioner Madera.
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. Have a motion and a second to accept the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have a resolution accepting the appointment of Craig Machuga from the Fire Department. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue this to a later time at the request of the city attorney. Okay, Commissioner Madera,
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. Have a motion and a second to continue the resolution accepting the appointment of Craig Machuga to a later date. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to presentations. First up is the Mile High Greyhound Park Digital Marketing Sign Design and Easement. We'll invite Bill Aiken, Director of Urban Renewal, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council,
There we go. Perfect. Well, thank you guys very much for sticking it out with me tonight. I'm going to exercise brevity to the best of my ability and get through these as quickly as possible so we're not here too long. The first item is the Greyhound Park digital sign design. There is no motion required for this. It's simply to give feedback to the developer, Del West, who's doing all the residential development at the Mile High Greyhound Park. Essentially, we're going to go over the sign specs and then review any feedback that you have that we can give back to the developer. On your exhibit in front of you at parcel B, there's a red circle. That red circle is mid-block between 62nd and 63rd Avenue. It's directly behind where the hotel parcel is, fronting on Highway 2 and Highway 85. That's the anticipated location of the sign. As part of the city URA and Del West agreements and design specifications, there has always been anticipated that Del West would construct a monument sign for the development on this parcel. They'd like to move forward with that at this time so that they can go ahead and start to advertise for the projects that have been constructed, are under construction, then the future advertisements for parcels A and B when the City of Commerce City URA sells those pads. The sign will be LED, consistent with the design guidelines. It will not be taller than 60 feet and larger than 300 square feet of sign face. Because it is on the CCURA property, after your comments and feedback have been provided back to Del West and they have a final sign rendering, you will need to provide them with an easement for them to construct and maintain the sign on CCURA property. The design, basically what they're proposing meets the design guidelines that were approved by the CCURA as part of the Mile High Greyhound. The sign meets the current and future LDC requirements. And since it will be visible from a state highway, it is also going to be subject to CDOT's regulations. These are the three design options right here. I'll stay here for just a couple seconds, maybe up to a minute, to give you an opportunity to look at them. We'll call the one on the furthest left sign A, the one in the middle B, and then the one with the canopy on the top, the 7 feet, is sign C. As you can see, they wanted to keep true to the design elements at the previous Mile High Greyhound Park. Signs are like artwork, so some people are going to love them, some people might not like them, but any feedback you have, I'd like to give to Del West so that they can decide whether or not they're on the right track or whether or not there's design guidelines or feedback you'd like to give them prior to granting them an easement to construct the sign for the development on property owned by the CCURA. And again, we're not looking for any motion tonight, just any feedback you might have. And if there's no feedback, that's sufficient as well.
Councilmember Noble?
I like the first or the second one. The third one has a bit of a circus effect. And given that we're doing Derby is kind of a 50s design, those first two indicate that. I'm not sure why they need the base in the second one. Do you know what the purpose is for that?
The brick base?
Yeah.
It's just an architectural appearance addition. It's the signs A and B are identical with the exception that there's a 5-foot brick base around the second one.
Does the brick base have to do with anything, where have they used it anywhere else in the project? This brick base?
They have not, no. Some of the buildings are entirely brick in the project, others are entirely other materials, so it doesn't necessarily tie to any architectural treatment in the development.
Okay, A.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, A, I like it. Keep it simple.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Growing up here, I actually like the design, the last one best, because it does remind me of the dog track with the little canopy and the flag up the top, which was similar to what used to be at the dog track. So it doesn't remind me of a circus, but I like the last one.
Commissioner Davis?
I like the last one as well.
Commissioner Douglas?
A, keep it simple.
Commissioner Ford?
A's good with me.
Commissioner Hurst?
Yeah, I'm indifferent, but I'll stick with that because simplicity.
You have your direction, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much. The next item tonight is the Greyhound Park parcels A and B commercial and retail land pricing. Essentially, what we're going to do is review the terms of the approved master development agreement by and between the City of Commerce City URA and Greyhound Park LLC, also known as Del West, and then to discuss and approve the land sale pricing parameters as required by the MDA. Aerial of Mile High Greyhound Park, again, just shows parcels A and B. The balance of the site is pretty much under development with the exception of parcels A, B, and the market rate multifamily. This is a photo from a week ago of the existing conditions of parcels A and B. As you can see, they've been graded, some utilities installed, including water and sewer, and then they've just been grassed and left for redevelop or for development opportunity. This is the preferred site plan that the City of Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority preferred about a year ago when HOK did a planning study for the city. Again, shows parcels A and parcels B. The City of Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority is the exclusive and sole owner of those properties. Per the MDA, though, there were commercial uses anticipated to be here, and that Del West is required to be the exclusive marketer or select a broker to market these properties for the CCURA. They've selected SRS Denver as the broker. Their broker fees and contracts have been reviewed by staff and legal, found that the fees and that the terms are consistent with other market trends in the Denver area. It's a 4% purchase for in-house sales, which would be if they were to find someone, a buyer, and they were to sell it directly to that person, and 6% if another broker brought a buyer and they'd have to share the 6% commission. CCURA must approve the land price parameters based on allowable uses. These are the allowable uses that the CCURA approved during negotiations with Del West as part of the MDA. So it shows a variety of uses and whether or not they're required by right or by permit or by conditional use. So nothing is anticipated to change as far as what's been previously approved for the uses on parcels A and B. These are the land price parameters that have been determined through the owner's representative, as well as Del West and the broker, is about for what the market trends are right now for similar tracts of land. The way that it's broken out is that it is a total of 9.5 acres remaining without the parcel that we've already subdivided for the hotel. After you take out the required rights-of-way that will be dedicated for 63rd, as well as detention ponds that still have to be constructed, will be left in the multicultural building, will be left with about 6.5 acres. If the broker was to go directly to a master developer who would come in, do the improvements on parcels A and B, and then be solely responsible for the building construction, tenant coordination, filling those buildings, we would anticipate about $4 to $7 a square foot for that raw land. That translates to about $1 to $2 million. If you had a smaller anchor type retailer, a grocery store or smaller retail, again, you're looking about $4 to $7 a square foot if you were to sell those pads off individually. And then if the brokers were to sit down and literally sell each individual pad to individual users, there'd be a much higher rate of return on that. But timing-wise, it might take a lot longer to do that process, and that would be anticipated to be about $8 to $15 a square foot of land, which translates to about $2 to $4 million in sales price. As part of the MDA, the authority, being yourselves, are required to approve a listing price and the anticipated development and uses. So the development and the uses have already been approved. Now we just need to approve listing price parameters so that we can go to market on these parcels. And as long as the prices fall within these listing parameters, then the MDA contemplates that Del West and CCURA staff, along with the broker, can enter into negotiations and to receive letters of intent and move forward with purchase and sales agreements on the property, so long as it meets the uses, intenses, development requirements, and pricing parameters that you're setting. And that if anything changes in the sense that the pricing offered or what the market will actually bear for the development is lower than those pricing parameters, and/or if they make any changes to the site plan, for instance, moving buildings around or moving uses around, those would be changes that we'd have to come back to the CCURA for additional approvals in the future for. So the recommended motion from staff is to move to approve the price parameters and development and use parameters identified on tract A and B, consistent with the document dated August 17th, 2022, as shown in this presentation. And so long as the terms are consistent within the parameters that you've approved, that the approval corresponding letters of intent and purchase and sales agreements can be negotiated at an administrative level. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Does anybody on the URA board have any questions for staff? Commissioner Noble?
Thank you very much. What is the reasoning behind them selling parcels? I thought the developer was going to be developing everything.
So Del West is a residential developer. What the city URA remains to own are parcels A and B on the screen here. Those are anticipated to be commercial retail office parcels. And the way that the MDA is structured is that Del West is responsible for selling that to a non-residential developer, but that they were not intending to develop themselves.
Thank you.
So now that the residents, the parts of phase one residents are either under constructed or have been constructed, is when they want to go to market, now that there's kind of a product or a proof of market that there's residents there, and they felt like now is the time to go ahead and sell the commercial parcels. Again, CCURA owns them, so while they're responsible for selecting a broker, doing the marketing, those sorts of things, the CCURA owns them, so ultimately they become any transactions, those revenues are the CCURA's, not Del West.
And then why aren't we developing them if we own them?
In what way? Like
Well,
us?
contract with a commercial company rather than selling the parcels. I'm confused as to why we're selling something we own. Everybody wants to answer. You don't have to.
I'll take it over from here, Bill. So, as you all know, when we entered into the agreement with Del West on the residential, everything that was stipulated with respect to how they were going to build out that property, but ultimately how they were going to assist the URA with the marketing, the branding, and ultimately the disposition of A and B. Given that we're not a developer, that's not our role. It was at that time that the URA board came into an agreement that they would serve as our representation with being able to get a broker on board, make sure that we're able to position the properties in the market and take on the responsibility and the duty of, once again, pushing those out to the appropriate commercial developers and or end users through that activity and engagement. And that was a negotiated term when we entered into that with Del West. Hence why they are now picking up this portion of the redevelopment agreement, one that actually we've been pushing very heavily for the last 4 to 6 months. It's taken some time given some of the market analysis and the type of uses that were identified in the rezoning that was just most recently updated, and what made the most sense based on the vision that was brought forward to the board as part of the HOK vision book that you have up on the screen.
And so we had approved that much parking. It's like this giant parking lot.
So I would say that this is conceptual in nature. The only thing that's, I would say, that's in the process right now is the hotel. Now, the parking that you find here is based on what our land development code and what the PUD requires. There may always be creative measures about being able to look at cross-utilization, but this is just a, once again, concept depiction of what could be developed based on the regulatory requirements of the zoning.
Okay, a lot of hardscape. Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, so I just want to be clear, are we not selling parcel B then? Because we've already got a deal in the hotel, correct?
We've already subdivided the hotel pad, and the hotel pad will close. The best way to think of it is, if I can get my cursor up here, the hotel is acquiring from north of this detention pond across the parking lot to the mid-drive aisle of this driveway, and then up along 63rd. They will be required to put in the public improvements, the sidewalk, the landscape along 63rd, and then we will share the cost of building this entry driveway in, because they, as part of their closing purchase and sales agreement, that was a stipulation in it. So they will own this acre and a half here, and we will, the city URA will own the balance of it. So everything outside of this pink building and the parking directly adjacent to it, CCURA will still own after we close with the hotel.
So we'll own the land.
We'll own the land around the hotel.
Okay, so is it kind of like a condo where the hotel just owns the, the building, but they don't own the land underneath? Is that correct or not?
No, they'll own the land that their building sits on, and they'll own the land that the parking directly adjacent to their building is on that supports the hotel. And the city URA will own the balance of the land.
Okay, and then we'll be keeping the land where the multicultural building is?
The way
Right.
that, so we actually have been meeting with Adams 14 on a fairly regular basis. In fact, staff will be doing a presentation at the school board's September 27th meeting to get feedback on a schedule and how they'd like to proceed, since we have terms in an agreement that we would partner with them on that building. But yes, the intention is that the city URA will own that building and lease space back to Adams 14 to occupy a portion of that building.
Okay, so we will own the building as well then?
That's how it's currently being marketed, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so there'll be other occupants besides Adams 14 in there?
Jason, you might be able to speak more about the programming of it.
We've had some high-level conversations with Chamber of Commerce, the Historical Society. There's been others that have expressed some interest. I think primarily where our focus has been is what are the needs of Adams 14 and the programming that they want to put in, and then looking at what we can account for the size of a building, which is about 60,000 square feet or more, then who else from a cultural perspective or from a community perspective that may also want to locate within that?
Okay, and they'll be leasing as well, right?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And Adams 14 knew about that from the get-go, that they'd be sharing the building with other occupants?
We've had those conversations and they have not had any concerns with it. Obviously, we'd want to coordinate with them about who would be their partners within that facility. It could also be city staff within that building, depending upon how we continue to grow. But we're at the very early stages about, okay, what do you want, Adams 14, with respect to your continued growth and evolution of your programming? And then let's take it from there.
The most recent terms by and between the CCURA and Adams 14 indicated that they would need approximately 15,000 of the 60,000 square feet to do a certification, technological, post-high school graduate type
So
certification
what kind of
courses.
percentage would that be of the occupancy then?
Be about a quarter. They'd
Just a
occupy about
quarter?
a quarter of the building.
Wow. So 3/4. Not what I had thought of from the get-go, but, okay. I can't think of any other questions I have right now.
Any other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. I thought, though, in the original agreement that the agreement with Adams 14 was going to be for CTA programs in that building. So did that change?
I'm not familiar with CTA.
The like college career prep courses?
There was a wide variety in the TIF agreement between the CCURA and Adams 14. It referenced technological, it referenced culinary, it referenced different certifications that they might be interested in. It even said that if they decided that a chartered program was appropriate, they could come back to the CCURA and get approval to do that. So I think at the time that the TIF agreement was negotiated, they were unaware of what they needed. We found out recently that they've partnered at the high school with some other post-high school graduate type certification classes that they don't want to duplicate here, and those have to do more with the arts and culinary arts. So I think we'll get better directive after the September 27th meeting on what the school board thinks that their needs are here.
Okay.
But for the purpose of tonight, this has nothing to do with the multicultural building. It just has to do with authorizing the list price of the larger parcels that the CCURA will sell and won't own at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
I look at these dollar figures out here and I think, what's the point? To be perfectly honest with you, why don't we just give the land? If Lenny's wants to come and build a restaurant, give them the land to build the restaurant. If a grocery store wants to build a grocery store there, give them the land to build the grocery store. I mean, at this point, we're trying to get nickels on the dollar in order to try to make this happen. And if that's going to be a incentive that could be levied out there to make them choose developing on this site versus going someplace else, let's do that. This idea, and we're going to generate maybe $1.1 to $1.9 million. I mean, that sounds like a lot, but if that's the difference between us having that restaurant, or that's the difference between us having that specialty grocery store or something that really ties this whole area together, find the user that needs the land and give them the land to do it, and fast track the building permit process so it doesn't take them 3 years to get it done, and let's get something built on this property. I mean, we've had construction going on this site for how many years now, and there's not a single commercial tenant designated to it. It's proving everything that I have said correct, that it's not going to happen. So figure out what incentives need to be done in order to make it happen. Because right now, this is a boondoggle.
Personally, I think that suggestion is a very good suggestion. What I would recommend is approve a pricing parameter, but allow staff to tell the broker that certainly if someone came in that was a great tenant, I'm not sure that the CCURA would benefit from lowering the price to a point and having the approved uses and having it in the MDA with Del West, that they would have the authority to enter into a contract with that individual if the pricing parameter, if they was within the pricing parameters. For instance, you wouldn't want a low quality tenant or something that wasn't contemplated take that space just because it was cheap. But certainly, I think that having the flexibility to say that if the right tenant came in, that we could quickly come back to the CCURA, and that staff had knowledge that the CCURA was willing to go lower for a great tenant, then that would be really great knowledge for SRS to be able to go to market with. Because you're absolutely right. You're right. The value is not in the land sale. The value is get great tenants, start phase 2 of the URA, and generate those sales taxes for 25 years.
I wholeheartedly agree with that, but, I could just go back to how did we even end up in this mess where you have a residential developer that's even involved in the commercial piece of it? Throw the motion back up. Anybody wish to make a motion? Councilmember Madera?
I'll make the motion as stated.
Have a motion to approve the price parameters and develop and use parameters identified in Tract A and B and land price parameters document dated August 17, 2022. And so long as all terms are consistent with these parameters, the approval of corresponding letters of intent and purchase and sale agreements. Is there a second? Commissioner Davis?
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the parameters. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
It would seem then, on that basis of your suggestion, is that we amend the motion because it says so long as all terms are consistent with these parameters. If we are saying that the realtor is, or the broker is free to negotiate less, then shouldn't that be in the motion somewhere?
I would recommend keeping the motion as is, and if the broker comes to us next week and says, if the CCURA is willing to essentially give the land away to the best developer possible, then let me bring you the best developer possible, and then we can come back at a future date very quickly and say, here's a developer that's willing to accept the land or for a low cost, and this is what he's willing to commit to doing that rather than paying $1 million for it. The concern with amending the motion would be then it would open up the door for maybe less desirable developers to acquire it that might not fit the vision of the CCURA or what intended uses you have just because the land was very low. Someone might buy it and see an opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Because all this says is that if someone offers less than the pricing parameters, that then the city URA staff has to come back and get permission to sell it at a lower cost.
Have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I was just curious too, if, when you meet with 27, or when you meet with Adams 14 School District on the 27th, the possibility also, instead of just trying to make something commercial or residential again, it asks the possibility of some of that area being a new central elementary instead of the trailers that were approved by a previous school board.
So that is actually another item we'll be discussing on the 27th with them. Staff has been acting in between Del West, who made the contribution of $330,000, in the school board, who has confirmed that they have no needs for those modular buildings anymore. And what they are going to do on the 27th is staff is going to present a list of needs to the school board. The school board will rank those, and then staff will take those ranked priorities to Del West to get their authority to move forward to amend the TIF share agreement to take out the requirement that they're modular buildings and maybe invest in a new technology center at the elementary school or upfit in the cafeteria or gymnasium, but something that is a physical improvement that will benefit the kids. The only thing that Del West confirmed is that they didn't want the school just to roll that $330,000 into their general fund to pay salaries and benefits and those sorts of things. So we should have a much clearer understanding of what that $330,000 will be used for late September, early October.
Okay, great, thanks.
A motion and a second to approve the pricing parameters for Tract A and B dated August 17, 2022. No other requests for discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. The next item is an item that you may remember from last year. It's a D1 TIF assignment for the 270-unit market rate multifamily project that Del West is to construct. These are renderings right here, and basically Del West is requesting the same request they made a year ago for a $4 million TIF assignment for the construction of a market rate multifamily entitled on parcel D1. That's a rendering from the website in the background of D1. And just very, very quickly for the benefit of those maybe newer members on the URA. So TIF is basically when you make a request and you say that something is valued at X today, and by building a project, it's going to be X plus what the increment is that's generated from that project. And that's usually pledged by a URA to bridge the gap in financing from what public financing will support based on what the actual project costs are. And what's important to note is that TIFs are typically pay-go, in which the developer can only receive an amount equal to or less than the increment that they generate on an annual basis. It's a common misconception that TIFs are subsidies or that you're taking taxes from one project or one person to another. But in the case of TIFs, that's not the way it works. Just really quick, this is a project with no development. It basically shows about a 2% inflation each year in green. Purple is base, orange is value. This is what a TIF looks like that has successful development early on in the 25-year cycle, where your base value is still collected by the city and the other taxing authorities, but the increment goes back to the Urban Renewal Authority to use for TIF projects, in which they can help subsidize what's in blue right there, which is a developer incentive, which bridges the gap for finance and makes these projects feasible. So these are additional renderings of that project. If you remember, it's right here in the center. So parcel D1 is outlined in red on your screen. It's 270 unit housing. The way that this URA was set up is a two-phase URA. So phase one is in yellow, and that phase has already started the clock. That clock was started in 2019, so we've already received the last 2 years of incremental revenues from property taxes on what's already been built and CO'd. And the area in purple is what is phase two, which is the D1 parcel, and then parcels A and B, which you just spoke about. So from a strategy perspective, it makes a lot of sense to try to get parcels D1, A, and B to go under development as close to concurrent as possible, so that you can benefit from the 25 years of added the TIF finance on that. Again, there's red where D1 is. These are aerial photos that we took about 2 weeks ago. So that is parcel D1 right there, and in the background you'll see A and B. So everything else is either under construction, permitted, or already constructed. Again, this came forward to the authority in 2001. In 2001, staff was directed to proceed with the assignment of the $4 million. At the time, Del West was moving forward with HUD on financing for this project. Ultimately, HUD and Del West terminated that agreement. Del West is now pursuing traditional bank financing, is requesting the $4 million again to help bridge the gap for the cost of this project based on what's feasible in the market. And when you talk about what's feasible, I'm going to go over this at a very high level because I know it's very late. When you're looking at a development in an area where market rate multifamily hasn't been proven yet and you're first to market, you typically have trouble getting the financing and or equity partners to support it because you're going to have to underwrite those rents compared to other markets or other projects within the market that are already proven. So as far as what they're having to do is they're having to underwrite their rental rates at lower than their competitors because no one's proven a market yet at Mile High for a market rate project. And that in order to make the project more attractive and get the $85 million that are required in construction loans to build the project, they're looking at a TIF assessment of $4 million, and that's in addition to the $3 million that they'll have to put up of their own money, and that they've already spent the $1.7 million to date on permitting and architecture and design for D1. And they've stated for the last year or so that if it's not approved, that they'll have to likely delay the project until the Mile High Greyhound Park is further built and or other properties in the surrounding area get redeveloped so that they're not first to market and they don't have to prove up the higher market rates. This is just really quick financial modeling that show why this project actually makes sense, and their request is within line of what most URAs would have for a policy. 270 units valued at, call it $300,000 a unit. It's an $80 million project once it's complete. The increment added over the period of 25 years is close to $9 million. The way that the TIF works is that the CCURA will collect 100% of the increment once the $4 million is satisfied. So basically, Del West would pay the property taxes, city would receive the property taxes, and then reimburse them as part of this TIF agreement, not to exceed what's actually coming in each year, so that there's absolutely no additional cost above what we're currently receiving on that property. And that beginning in 2035 is when they would be fully paid off. So between 2035 and 2046, it's estimated that the CCURA would collect close to $5 million in additional property taxes, and that assumes no revaluations or no increased appraisals or assessments on the property, which is unlikely to occur. So that's pretty much a worst case scenario. So again, Del West assumes 100% of the risk because they're getting paid back only after they finish the project and start to generate that increment. They would be the first priority in the waterfall, which means that as revenues are coming in, they would get paid off. It'd take about 10 years to pay them the $4 million. And with Del West and the CCURA, we would like to establish, again, there's a strategy behind the D1 parcels A and parcel B to maximize that 25 years. That clock has not started yet. It was always anticipated to be a phase 2, and with the development of parcels A and parcel B and D1 potentially in the next 12 to 18 months, it's time to start thinking about when the CCURA would like to start on the phase 2 25-year time clock. Next steps would be that after tonight's feedback, Del West will make a formal request using an application. Staff will negotiate the terms with Del West. Staff will bring those negotiations back to the CCURA in the form of a TIF revenue share agreement for your approval. If approved, they would proceed with constructing the 270 market rate units with the delivery date approximately 2025. And again, with the hotel, parcel D1, A and B, all positioned to start construction in around 2023. The Mile High Greyhound Park Phase 2 clock in the near future, we'll be bringing some strategies forward to you to consider about when you'd want to start that 25-year clock. And there's a sample motion if you'd like to proceed to allow to authorize staff to start those negotiations and bring an agreement back to you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Madera.
I'd like to make a motion for the recommended motion.
Commissioner Davis.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to authorize the Urban Renewal Authority staff to negotiate an agreement by and between the Urban Renewal Authority of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, and Greyhound Park LLC to assign up to $4 million of future property tax increment generated by the D1 project to the developer in order to bridge the financing gap for the project. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we have one more public item on the agenda tonight. It's for Sand Creek Business Park. It's an update on the urban renewal plan that was approved by the CCURA last year, or I'm sorry, by City Council to create the urban renewal plan last year. And what we're going to talk about is just an update on the Sand Creek business area and involving the Triangle Logistics Center. That location is shown right here on your screen. It's the old Sand Creek landfill. It is located at the intersection of 48th and Ivy, 68 acres. Again, it was a landfill. This area was originally developed in the 1930s. It is a landfill, but it has not been used as a landfill. It's essentially an abandoned tract of land for the last several decades. These are aerial photos that we took 2 weeks ago using one of the police drones. Shows a position looking to the northwest. Shows a position looking due east. There's a photo from a vehicle showing the condition of the land, no structures. Some of the areas around here, the rights of way, a lot of times what you'll see when you have these large tracts of vacant or abandoned land, they become a nuisance for dumping. There's some RVs parked out there that look like they're occupied. This is occurring along 64th. It is a phased development in which 2 of the 3 phases are within the city of Commerce City, and the one on the top left side of your screen is actually in the city of Denver. What you're looking at here is for 840,000 square feet of warehouse industrial space. The history is that in 2020, they approached the city to talk about redevelopment of the landfill. CA Ventures did. They shared a site plan, uses, intensities with City Council in 2021 as they were working on their Metro District and Urban Renewal Plan. September 2021, the Metro District Plan was approved by the City Council. In April of 2022, the City Council approved the Sand Creek Business Area Urban Renewal Plan. And throughout 2022, staff negotiated the increment revenue sharing agreements with all the taxing authorities, in which we were successful at getting 79% of any increment generated in this area to go directly back to the CCURA over a 25-year period, which started, or which will start next year. What we have as far as updates is over the last couple of weeks, CA Ventures has made a formal request that 100% of the 79% be pledged by the CCURA back to the project to assist with financing the project. A portion of the land is currently going through rezoning. The Planning Commission approved made a recommendation to approve the rezoning earlier this month, and it goes to the City Council, I believe, in November. It's to approve a tract of land from agricultural to industrial in this area. Property is scheduled to close December 15th. Construction is anticipated to start in early 2023 if approved, and the build-out is expected to carry on until late 2024 before it's at full value in 2025. And then we have a discussion if there's any questions about that update, and the next item will be
Does anybody on the board have any questions? Commissioner Douglas?
Can you explain why there's a metro district within this project?
Yes. So the Metro District was approved at a 40 mills rate and a 15 additional mills for maintenance. So basically, the Metro District gives them the ability to take out bonds for some of the on-site improvements like the detention pond, water, bringing sewer to the site. But ultimately, it's set up to also maintain it in perpetuity, the site, by collecting 15 mills. It's a Metro District that's basically on top of one property. So it's essentially a Metro District that's a self-taxing authority only on itself.
Okay, so they'll be collecting the taxes on it?
Only the additional taxes to the Metro District. So they'll still pay the City of Commerce City taxes and all the other base taxes. Then the CCURA will collect the 79% of any increment derived, and then totally separate from any of the property taxes or URA incremental financing, the Metro District will tax itself an additional 40 mills.
Into perpetuity?
In perpetuity.
So that's a really good deal for them. Wow, thanks.
Commissioner Noble?
Thank you for asking that question. I was also going to ask that question. However, why would we give back our 79% to finance their project?
It's in the next presentation.
So in a future conversation, ma'am, there'll be a discussion in and around the need to address additional funding gaps that they have for their project because of obviously with the landfill, it creates some extreme needs for financing and underwriting in which they need some assistance from the URA. So it's not in this presentation, but it will be in a future conversation for you all because we will need a negotiating position and direction from the CCURA board.
Thank you.
And Chair Huseman, Commissioner Hurst has his hand up, by the way.
Commissioner Hurst?
I decided to put it down. I apologize.
Commissioner Douglas?
There was also, I saw a figure earlier, and I came in late on this because I wasn't on council when this first got started. 42 million for cleanup. Where did that money come from, and has that money been spent?
For cleanup, the earthwork associated with the site, or you?
I guess so, because it was a landfill, so I saw a figure for 42 million for cleanup.
So it's, and we do have a planned discussion to go over the details of the finances, very detailed, and to get feedback on negotiations moving forward. But essentially what their costs are showing is that they need to bring in 660,000 cubic yards of dirt to cover the landfill. Then they have to do a vapor barrier, they have to do methane mitigation systems, and then they have to do what's called a Keller low mobility grout system, which basically means that in order to build on top of the landfill, they have to drill down deep piers, concrete piers into the ground to support the buildings that they're going to build. So as we'll talk about when we talk about the finance structure and staff's ideas about negotiation points and getting direction back from the CCURA on how to negotiate, all those items come into play about what their costs are, and kind of what their risks are, and if the CCURA is going to share in those risks.
So you're saying that it's 42 million to clean it up. It has not been cleaned up yet.
It has not.
Where is that 42 million coming from? And I would like to get details on how that's going to be spent.
Absolutely. So the way that the way that they're looking at doing the funding between the URA and the Metro District is that the reason they're asking for 100% of the 79% is because where interest rates are at right now, which is above 7%, that would allow them to basically bond out about $20 million, $22 million in total between the TIF and the Metro to do these on-site improvements. So
On-site improvements meaning the reclamation, the cleanup of the land.
that's correct. It's not necessarily cleaning it up. It's making it development ready. So they won't actually be cleaning it up in the sense of exporting out. They'll be bringing clean dirt on and burying the landfill and then building on top of that.
So where does 42 million come from?
The import of the dirt, the low mobility grout system,
No,
those.
where are we getting the 42 million from?
We can talk about the Metro
where's that
District and
natural-
the TIF.
That's the, so if this project were approved and if they were to meet the current construction schedule, they would generate, and I have it on other slides, but it's not intended for this presentation, that it would exceed, it'd be about $48 million in property taxes that this would generate over 25 years, an additional $4.5 million in sales tax, and then an additional $2 million in use taxes. So the project itself would generate over $50 million in revenue,
Which they would get.
which they're asking for.
Yeah, so we'd basically be paying for it, then, the 42 million. Yes.
Their request is all $42 million.
Yeah. And I think that has been ignored throughout this whole project. That has been kind of like a side conversation all along. I don't think anybody has asked these hard questions. Well, okay, thank you. Thank you for answering them. I appreciate that, even though I had to press to get the actual answers.
Ms. Quander, good morning to you. Happy Tuesday.
Good morning, Caitlin Quander, Special Counsel to the Authority. I just wanted to note, we wanted to have as much of the presentation about Sand Creek in a public setting so that this could be shared publicly, but we do have an executive session listed on your agenda where we could go into executive session and kind of get into those numbers and provide direction to negotiators further as well. So I know we kind of start talking about it, so just wanted to let you know that the intent was to have this presentation first in the public setting, and if there's the desire by the board to go into executive session.
And if I may, Mayor, that's a wonderful question, Commissioner Douglas. We can provide you, I say, with greater detail as it relates to the underwriting of how they're looking at different pots of money that will be coming into the project and what their ultimate request is. I would say, given the late evening or early morning, and given that there's going to be quite a bit of data crunching and looking at numbers, I don't think it's fair nor the best for the commission to really try to dive into that because it is a pretty meaty discussion
Yeah, it
in
is a
and
meaty
around
discussion.
what's going to be a financial arrangement for 25 plus years if it comes. So I would say let's kick that to the 3rd to where we have time available on our calendar and let's really dig into it there. And if there happens to be questions that you all have over the course of the next 2 weeks, we'll go hunting for that.
Okay. I have one more comment to make. This meeting was not on the calendar on the public website. So in essence, I mean, I looked all the way up until the
It
start of
is.
the
I was
action.
on the public website.
Under what?
It's under its own meeting for the CCURA.
Okay, but it wasn't on the calendar where most people look to see where the meetings are.
Yeah, the one on C3 Gov for
So there's a
meetings.
drop-down box, and if you select all boards and commissions, it'll pop up your city council, but also your URA calendar or agendas on that.
Well, to me, it wasn't really publicized, so, but, again, thank you.
Commissioner Hurst.
Yeah, I actually found this meeting today while I was on vacation to be able to participate through that calendar. So I think it was there. The other thing is, if we don't find a way to finance this, no one's ever going to develop on this because the difference in what they can get financed and what they're asking for under a metro district is what the banks will not finance. So it's an operating budget for methane mitigation for perpetuity. That's really, really expensive. On top of dirt, dirt has doubled in price because of gas prices. You have to move dirt with fuel. And so it's really expensive right now.
Commissioner Madera.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some clarification for Councilmember Douglas. It definitely has not been ignored. The $42 million is for environmental remediation. And in essence, you know, as a CCURA, we looked at this project to clean up part of Commerce City that has needed to clean up, you know, being a former landfill. And this is one of the ways or one of the tools that we have in order to do that cleanup. Otherwise, it just stays an abandoned landfill that is unusable.
All right, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the executive session to a special meeting to be called for October 3rd. Commissioner Noble?
I would like to comment that we need to figure out a way to have the CCURA meetings on either a different night or something else. We have commissioners who are not here tonight because, of course, who would stay up until 11:30 if you're with Adams County or the school district or the fire district? And I won't be able to support moving the meeting to another time where it competes with more information and winds up being a late meeting like we're having right now.
Okay, nobody wants to make that motion, so I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses E, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop strategy for negotiations, and instruct negotiators related to tax increment financing and potential TIF assignments to facilitate the redevelopment of the Sand Creek landfill located within the Sand Creek business area urban renewal boundary generally located at the intersection of Ivy Street and East 48th Avenue. Councilmember Ford?
I'd like to move to continue to October 3rd.
No, thank you. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
And I have a motion and a second to continue the executive session to October 3rd. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 7-1. We are adjourned. Good night.